Like I said, if you're just really into War Tales and all that kind of stuff, no big worries. We could do that at some point. Let's see, you know you're not really into modded content, but have you seen Arc mod for Zomboid? Is that something you consider playing? I have not seen the Arc mod for Zomboid. To be entirely honest, I actually don't have Zomboid installed right now. Genuinely, I haven't played in quite a long time. Very, very genuinely for me personally, Build 42, while I do like the breadth of stuff it's added, it's kind of gone in a very different direction than I enjoy. And so, broadly speaking, I haven't really enjoyed Build 42 very much. A lot of the decisions they've made feel grindy for grind's sake. And that's saying a lot coming from me, who tends to like very, very slow-moving games. They have a lot of build-up to them. I'm not, like, done with Project Zomboid. I don't think I'll ever play as much as I used to, because it's just not the game it used to be. We'll see what happens. They've got their new design lead that is trying to make a more cohesive vision. But, like, for example, them turning on sprinters by default, I don't necessarily agree. Well, sorry, let me rephrase that. On their extermination mode, they basically made Apocalypse way easier, and then they made extermination mode like what Apocalypse used to be relative to the other modes, and then they turned on sprinters and all that. And it's definitely one of those things I'm like, the problem with sprinters isn't that it's harder. It's fundamentally different than the rest of Project Zomboid, and it is a very arcadey, reactionary-based thing. And you can plan for it, like, and you have to. But it is far less strategic on a lot of that end. It's a lot more reflex and a lot more of that stuff. And that's not, to me, that's not what Project Zomboid is. That's more Left 4 Dead, that kind of thing. Project Zomboid is a lot more being very tactical, very paced. It is a game you can quote-unquote master and all that stuff. The new mod is very, very different from the OG thing. Yeah, but the reality is, most likely I probably will not be playing some big overhaul mod for Zomboid. I'll probably dip my toe back into Zomboid here and there. Like, if they have like another major update, I'll probably dip my toe back in, see where it's at and that thing. Because it's not that I don't enjoy the game anymore, but where I could sit down and put hundreds of hours into it. Where it's at now, that's much more difficult for me than it used to be, and part of that's I've just played a lot. Anyways, with that said, let's actually get into the game we've got going on here. We're going to be checking out a brand new run of News Tower. Now, when this game first released, we did do a playthrough all the way through to the, like, where we finished one of the factions. Yeah, sorry, we had defeated one of the competitors, we had finished one of the factions, and we had, and I can't remember if we hit the 5 or the 10-year mark, which is like those, two of those things give you endings. So we did that, but they have introduced a major update about 2-3 days ago that added hard mode to the game. Now, we might have a false start or two because 1, I'm rusty on the game, and then 2, it's hard mode. It didn't exist before. The only thing I did was I just checked off stream. I did one publishing of one paper just to see if it was like, what am I looking at? That's all the hard mode I've done, is just to see how it works. For those who haven't seen this game, it does take place in the 1930s. That you started basically in 1930s. You are a fledgling news agency that you have inherited. I can't remember the exact thing, but it's something like your father used to run the successful news agency. He passed away, gave it to the uncle. The uncle sucked at it, and then it ended up in your hands or something like that. I don't remember, but you end up inheriting it when it's kind of suffering. And that's the tutorial. I think with the actual game, when you just play it, it's just like, here's your newspaper, go do. But we're gonna go ahead and get a new game going. So, as you can see, we did beat one of the factions. So we beat Empire Observer, which unlocks the Challenge High Rise one. I think since we are doing hard mode, we are going to go for the classic. Intro has the tutorial, and then just leads into the normal game. And then if we beat the Jersey Beacon, which is the other competitor, then you get a really short and squatty newspaper versus a very narrow, tall one. So yeah, actually the narrow, tall one I think will be the much harder one because you lose space to your elevators and stairs. But with all that said, let's go and choose a classic one. And so they also added an easy mode as well. So if you just want to kind of go through and see the story and like just play chill newspaper agency, you can do that. Normal's the normal. But, you know, we're going to try hard mode. Okay, so let's get in here and see if we can't remember how to play this hecking game. So this game, when you first look at it, you think, this doesn't look so complicated. It is definitely one of those games that as you play it, it just goes, okay, here's another mechanic. Okay, here's another mechanic. And you unlock these. They don't just kind of happen to you. Like, you'll go and you'll get the thing where you can start doing illustrations, and now you have illustrations to cope with. And you can choose to ignore them as well. Your father's been gone for a decade now. Frankly, he left things in a bit of a state. But don't worry, the city will chew you up anyway. It's what it does. You call it an overdue inheritance. The business is all yours now. It will be tough on your own, but I think you'll find a way to keep the lights on, one way or another. I've arranged for a taxi. Take it. Your uncle. Less than ethical times. Excellent. So that way you can ask, is that saying less than ethical of the newspaper agency, or of like, is it a commentary on society or what? Alright, before anything goes on, we're definitely not going to be doing the achievement where you never pause, or speed up, or slow, or is like pause or slow down or whatever. Because that achievement is straight up trolling. So there's certain things you need in order to get this going. We start with $10,000. We can take a loan if needed. So what we're going to end up doing is starting to build our building, because we don't have anything going on here. So some things that we must have is or different stuff here. So the order of operations is you have a person who goes and they get the telegram that says, hey, there's news over here. And so they get the telegram, which then gets passed off to your news reporter. You send out your news reporter, they get the story, they come back. From there, I believe it goes to typesetting. And then the typesetting is basically like, okay, here's what this story is going to actually be to put into the machine. The assembly puts it all together, and then ultimately it goes off to your printing press. So we need all those things. So we're going to start by just grabbing one of each thing. That way, at the bare minimum, I can function. There's doing it well and doing it at all. And we're looking at doing it at all as the first step. So this is the entire process to get stuff where we need it at least. I am definitely going to need a second floor. Goodbye a stack of money. And this is where the printing press comes in. Let's first go ahead and we can grab our building stuff. By that I mean close our building stuff because it's been a hot minute, so I'm just doing all the controls wrong, don't mind me. So we can add our stairwell going up. So we can reach that second floor. And so right now we're going to be a one-page paper. We're not going to have anything fancy going on. We're going to have the output module, the page print module, and the input module. And then we just connect them all. So basically, the order operations, get the story, send the reporter takes it over here, they go and they, the person will assemble it, they make it into the assembly that they put in there to run the presses, paper comes out. That's at the end of the week. Alright, so we've already burned through about just shy of $6,000 of my $10,000. So we're doing great. Let's go ahead and move you up here. So some things we're going to want to do is, let's go here. I'm going to want to add a wall with a door here. And I'm doing that to try and keep as much of the noise from there out. And a wall with a door here. And we're going to try and keep as much of this noise out of the stairwell as possible. Because telegraphs are noisy and the printing press is noisy. I'm going to move the reporters over here for right now. And there's still going to be more stuff that I need. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to need a bathroom. Alright, so there's where the toilet's gonna be. Actually, you're probably gonna need less space up here. Do I make everyone go up and down the stairs to the bathroom at the start because of our limited space? We'll see. We'll have a water cooler. That takes care of their restroom needs and then their food needs. They consider, in this context, water is food. We're going to go ahead and put a door here as well. That way, as they use the restroom, we can contain the gross. Alright. Okay. So, one thing we want is every single desk gets a trash can. Because very genuinely, that'll very rapidly become a problem. The other thing everyone gets is they get a clock. Because clocks weirdly help with almost everything. Not a lot, but a bit. Put that here as well. Alright. So now we need to go through and fix a couple other things. So there should be a sink. And the sink is pretty good at containing gross. So we'll scooch that wall all the way over there. We could put a tile wall in the bathroom, which also helps contain the stink. Alright, so let's go ahead and turn on the thing that shows all the stuff that's going to make people unhappy. So we got a little stink is getting out of the bathroom. It happens to the best of us. I just have to be careful, because if we spend too much now, we're going to be in trouble. So I can put you right here. We're going to put a vent in the bathroom, and the stink is contained. Now, everyone else here has a general positive, but we do have that inside our room here. It is utterly awful. So let's go ahead and get some acoustic panels. So one thing that changed is it used to be those are the only acoustic panels you could use. Those are really big ones. They did add smaller acoustic panels you can get as well to help keep the noise down. Let's see real fast. If I go to get your wall industrial, that'll knock it down a little bit more. I could probably scooch you over here a little bit. And I'll probably end up needing 2 reporters and 2 telegraph machines if I can swing it. There's a second telegraph machine. And we might end up taking a loan here, which I don't like loans, but especially in games where you're on harder economy settings, that happens a lot. Alright, we can get the second reporter's desk. That's fine. Okay. So let's hire people before we get ourselves utterly screwed. Alright. So we got our people. So we can hire people, and they all have traits. So like this one is, they work faster on Saturdays and Sundays, because that's the end of the week. This one uses less resources. This person is just cheap. No string attached. Which is weird, because this person does not have that trait, and they're even cheaper. But I guess they have the 1 level. So you're slightly better at assembly. So we're going to put you on this. And we're going to go down here. Yeah, so put you on assembly, because you have a skill point there. And you've got skill in telegraphing and typesetting. And you work faster on Saturdays and Sundays. So you're probably going to be better as the typesetting, because that's one of the things you tend to try and rush out the door at the end of the week. And you're also doing the telegraph, which just leaves our reporters. Okay. So you're not affected by being in the darkness. You produce less trash. Alright, so we want people to cover just about every type of story. So we get these bottom 2 that will cover all the story types. And that's what these different symbols mean, like crime, entertainment, society, economy, politics, whatever. So Judy's going to go here, and Irma is going to go there. So that's good. Alright, so we got a bit of money left over. So let's scooch you over here a little bit. There's your trash can. Scooch you over a little bit. And I realized I didn't put lights anywhere in the building. So let's fix that. Because people are going to get very upset about that. As everyone sits there and be like, I can't work in these conditions. Alright. So we do have some heat spilling from this room there. We do have too much noise in this room. We are getting desperately low on money. And we can put the globe on your desk for the bonus, on your desk for the bonus, and your desk for the bonus. Got 800 bucks to go. We will need a lot more than what we have here. Okay. So we can put an acoustic panel inside there that handles your noise. We will need... Yeah, you can put vents on either side of that wall. And a tiny bit of noise is getting through. And for right now, I just put an acoustic panel there. Alright. So I got most of our basic needs handled. This room's just going to be hot. There's not much you can do about handling that right now. I'm going to put one more vent in here. That's fine. So I got 400 bucks left. And do we have the storage shelf? Do I need the storage shelf? The storage shelf is cheap. So for right now, that could go up there. Okay, and we're going to stop there because I might end up needing a little bit of money during the week. But we've got our very, very basic setup. So they're going to start trying to look for news, collecting telegraphs and all that. And those will show up here on our map. There are currently 6 news items this week that we can potentially get. So it's going to be one of each category since all those have that they're available. So once this fills up, we will get our news stories. And the goal is to try and get these news stories as fast as possible. And you have immediately thrown trash on the floor because you are a monster who should be ashamed of themselves. Can I rename these people? No. At least not that I see. Oh, actually. We can rename people. Alright. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and close the queue. And then reopen the queue to start it fresh. If you would like to work at my news agency, get your names in there. And we'll start naming our staff. Alright, so we got our first story here. So we have automobile show opens. So we can, since that one's got options, let's start with the crime one. Alright, so you've got a crime one where I have the choice. I can either approach it from the side of economy or the side of crime. Recession on the loose. I'm going to go ahead and approach it from the side of crime. We're going to go check the police archives. Updating the story to recession on the loose, many find it difficult to refuse organized crime's offer. And then we can go over here. And then this means I could literally choose, I could choose these two up here. We can't do society because she doesn't have society. So automobile show opens. We're going to approach this from the economy side of it. V16 unveiled. Alright. Alright, Darkstrider, you go and have yourself a good sleep. And hey, Dr. MacDaddy, how's it going? Okay, so what ends up happening here is you notice they're not working anymore. Basically, they keep that telegram line open until the news story is resolved one way or another. And so we have our people, and they're going to work through getting that open. So it is a thing that how many different stories you can work on getting the information about at a time is dependent on your number of telegraphs and your number of reporters. Once you have the story done, it basically sits in your inventory and they work on it. If a story sits too long, the story becomes old, which makes it not as good, and so on and so forth. So these are all problems you run into. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and get our first person named. I'm going to start right up here in the top left. So we have our first contestant. This is our telegrapher who uses less resources. And that is going to be Wishbringer. Which seems a little bit appropriate for a telegrapher getting us information. You are wishing for a good story. And our next contestant is just our telegrapher. You don't have any special skills or anything yet. And so we can go ahead and do this draw, and this will be Sentient Cookie. Let's see. Oh, it's going. Been a big lurker the last few weeks and months. Well, it's appreciated. And then after that, we're going to get to our, this is, I believe, our typesetter, who you work harder on the weekend, because this is the 1930s. You don't get time off. And that's going to be Vado. I don't know if the 033 matters, but I'll put it there. And then last, we've got the assembly person. You're cheap. You went into negotiations and you said, look, man, I just really need a job. I don't care the pay. I just needed a job. And I was kind enough to offer you as much as I could legally get away with bringing it down the thing. What am I doing? Its custard is massive. There we go. And then when the 2 reporters get back, we'll get them named. Right now, they're out doing reporter things or some junk. I don't know. They're probably slacking. Alright, so we finished that one. So you get back with your story. And then you're going to go and drop it off on, I believe, the typesetting desk, to then go to the assembly desk. And before I forget, we have our first news reporter. You are the news reporter who does economy, politics, and sports. So let's go ahead and get that one in there. And that's going to be Mr. Steven. You can drop off your story there. And now that'll start getting typesetted. Yeah, no, I saw it, Darth. Alright, and so with that, we can go and grab you. Oh, we don't have the next story yet. So this is one that's interesting because you can actually do 3 separate parts of the story to make it better and better. So Mr. Steven's going to go out and try and get more information on that story, because each one of those we get, the more valuable that story becomes. Because the way it works is there's tags. So if I do a story about economy, I'll get an economy tag on it. And then sometimes you'll get combinations of tags. And then we got our last person here. You are the one who doesn't mind being in the darkness, which is kind of irrelevant, but okay. You handle all the other stories. And that's going to be Burn and Sun. Did you already play this recently, or a while ago? So I played it when it first dropped in 1.0, but they did have a major update. Alright, so we're going to get all the parts of this story. So these are what I was talking about with the tags. So because we did the economy, the politics, and the society on this, this will have 3 tags. So this should be a relatively valuable story, especially at the beginning of the game. Getting more than like 2 tags is not something you run into very much. Now I have another story, but I can't do anything with it right now because all my reporters are currently out doing stuff. Alright, so you finish typesetting. And then our assembly person takes the typeset. And to give you an idea what's going on, this person is kind of like putting together all the little bits of like, when you had the printing press, you'd have these rows that you put all your little letters, and they've got not engraved, it's the other way. But basically you'd have almost like a stamp with each of the letters, and you put those all together on your thing, and the other person would go and rack it and put it all together into a big frame. And then you take that over to the printing press, they put it on there, and then as the pages come by, it just goes stamp, 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 stamp. And you know, that's how you get your papers out in a timely manner. So that's what's going on here, is the one's putting together the rows, and the other one's like putting together the frame to then go up here. Alright, so let's go ahead, get you on the criminal thing. So, museum display empty, rare raw crystal looted, says conservator. Now, this game does have some stories that are just kind of like random stories it generates. Where it just pulls like random headlines. It's like, you know, people win whatever game or whatever. And then it has a lot of legitimate headlines that were run at whatever point. So you'll see like, this act is passed. The typesetters have to do it backwards. That is a question I don't know the answer to. Because I would assume you would. I assume you would have to have the letters backwards since it is going to stamp down on it. So it printed on there. But that's something I just never thought of before. And thank you, Mohan Rai, for the 410 stream trick. I do appreciate that. Alright. Oh yeah, we're still waiting for the next telegram to come in. Alright. Well, telegraph, not telegram. Okay, so you're still out and about. So you're gonna have to just wait for a minute. Because I don't want to cancel this story, because it's gonna give me an actual item. So Burning Sun really needs to finish their story. Okay. Some high-level triggers here? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. There's only 2 more stories left for the week, so it's not like I want to cancel and get the next story, because we're only going to be using about 3 stories for this week, because we're just the front of 1 page right now. If I want more, this has to get bigger. I don't have the money to do that. You know, we've got Cookie's still up in like the mid 700 stream streak. We did have one person right there with Cookie, but unfortunately their stream streak did ultimately come to an end very recently. Just it's not a reliable thing, so it bugged out on him. Alright, so it should be fine, because Burning Sun's gonna drop this one off. We send Burning Sun out. And then the last story should go to you. So get out there, get me my item, Burning Sun. The team strayed for days in the woodland. Backpack found at river. And we got an entertainment story, which is apparently also Burning Sun. That's not a great setup for us. So we've got Mr. Steven just standing around, not doing anything. It's like, I can't cover a story about, what was the story, society? I can't cover entertainment. I am a dignified reporter who would not lower themselves of likes of entertainment gossip. That's definitely not an efficient use of our reporters. And there's things you can do where I can toggle these. Okay, so we got this one done. Alright, so we got a world map. So we'll be able to buy that in the future to put it up, and that'll boost societal stories done by, like, it basically boosts the level of whoever's nearby for societal type stories. So that telegraph will go to Mr. Steve, and the other one goes to Burning Sun. And that's because we did get that one story that had 3 different categories to it. That did kind of throw me off the groove and whatnot. But that's okay. So let's go ahead and get Burning Sun out there, because apparently Burning Sun's carrying this. So this one's got 2 tags on it, that it's entertaining and it's gruesome. Thriller meets reality. Actor dies while filming elephant stunt. The good news is, at a minimum, I've got enough stories to cover my front page. And then we got a sports story for Mr. Steven. Boxing icon stops. Bare Knuckle Jones retires at 38. 38? Dude. Old man. Honestly, in sports, that is how it is. Sports are incredibly unforgiving age-wise. You look at a lot of sports are like, you're over 25, just dinosaur. Can I fit that in there? No. It's fine. Alright, so by the end of this in-game day, I have to roll the presses. I saw that one, Olkar. The person doing the big game hunting and end up getting killed by the elephants. We don't need to dig into that one, but you know, it is a whole thing. But I did see that story recently. Okay, so let's go over here. Sorry, too far. Nah, it's basically just saying, like, we don't want to dig into it too much. But no, I did see a story. The big game hunting thing does actually get complicated in the sense that a lot of times they will target, like, elderly animal or animals that are a problem, and they use it to fund conservation. It gets weird because, like, on one hand, it's not... The action itself doesn't support conservation, but it does fund it, so it gets into that weird sort of pro, sort of against it kind of nonsense. I'm personally not a fan, but at the same time, it's not quite as directly clear. Alright, so we can get these punching gloves, which basically means sports stories. It's as if this person is a level higher when it comes to dealing with sports news. Okay, and we did manage to report on all the stories this week, because there wasn't many because we're at the beginning of the game. We're not going to get all those stories finished being made. 4 of the stories are all ready to print, and then we have the other 2 are not going to be done in time for the press at the end of the evening, because at the end of Sunday, it'll be like, okay, it's time to run the presses, and that's just what it is. You like how the fractal ad sits perfectly on the roof? I didn't even catch that. Alright, you must run the presses now. Okay, so the way to look at this spot up here, I get 3 times the value. So looking at our stories, this story here, it's got 3 different tags. It's my most valuable story. So I'm going to make 540 bucks with just that story. Now, there is a multiplier we can get. So I can go and put this society story down here. And because I have the multiplier between the 2 of them, that gives me a bonus. So the question here then is, if I put this here, I'll get 720. Will I get more doing this? It makes no difference. Okay, so I get no difference whatsoever. I run 2 crime stories down here or the society one. We know we're running the society one, so we'll just go this way. So our main story is Automobile Show opens, V16 unveiled. We have a museum display empty, that a rare raw crystal was looted, and that the team strayed for days in woodland, backpack found at river. We're gonna get 720 bucks worth of revenue out of our newspaper. And we're just gonna have to hope for the best because I actually don't know what our wages are. Let's see, there is a place for hunters, and often because they pay, they get too much say. The cattle ranchers also get too much say in wildlife conservation. Your undergrad degree was in wildlife management. Yeah, it's definitely a complicated thing that there are conflicting interests and everything that get into it, and you have to like stop and be like, okay, why are these things going on? Because there's sometimes like there's valid reasons for certain things to be done, and sometimes it's an excuse. But yeah, no, absolutely. It's not something I'm like an expert on or anything. Like, I don't want to overstate that. But a lot of times there's more nuance. Okay, so we sold 24,000 newspapers. Our sales revenue was $720. So that's our income. And our staffing costs were $537. Okay, that's not great. Alright, so here's the next thing we got, which is we can branch out into other neighborhoods, and if we click on the neighborhood, we'll see that these people like stories on crime and sports, and these people like stories on economy and politics. Now the catch is, if we look at this icon means I have stories like that already in the pipeline, where if we go here, I don't. But what ends up happening is you strategically move around the map to unlock different things. So like if we go and manage to get over here, I can get stuff to make my people work faster and get more print pages on my thing. Was that good revenue for the week? I think for the first week, yes. This one I already have stories, so I can guarantee success on it. So I am going to select that district. Because if I get this, I get more subscribers and all that, which makes it a little bit easier to make more income. Okay, we got new hires. Extremely slow, but extremely cheap for a typesetter. They're not wrong. That person is extremely cheap. I have a feeling we're going to end up having some of our people are gonna have a thing. Let's see, when you were a state intern, you spent many nights watching cattle herds. Why? Because cattle ranchers didn't want to pay their own cow hands to watch. So you did it at the state's expense instead. Because they're a wolf eat cows like twice a year. Sorry, something you feel very strongly since you had to do it. Yeah, no, I understand. I got you there. Okay. So Mr. Steven is going to jump on the skaters shine in New York City, crowds thrilled by competition. At which point after that we can then go for victory or gossip. Depending on which angle we want to take. And what we can do is, with what we've got going on, it was crime and sports were the type of stories that this area wanted, so we want to lean on that as much as we can, because it'll be more successful with this area. Now the problem I'm going to run into is we're going to get low on paper soon, and I'm also going to have people cleaning up soon, and that's going to be a pain point for us. And I'm trying to think of where we could skim a little bit to try and help out. I think the reality is we're going to end up with a loan. And dealing with that whole jam to try and get things moving. Because at the beginning we only got like 5 or 6 stories a week. I don't need a large crew. Alright, and we got a crime story. So Burning Sun's gonna jump on that and get us a thing. Burglary of Judge Building, right under our nose, says enraged spokesman. Alright. We can take that one back off, and no priorities for the rest. Okay, so you're gonna get back and we get the second part of the story. Later on, what happens is you'll get those stories that only have one piece to them, and you'll end up canceling to get them out of there, because just having one tag is not very valuable, whereas getting a story that's got 2 or 3 parts can get you a lot. Alright, so I feel like we're going to go on the side of victory. Skater Shine in New York City, Henny claims 4th victory. Cool. But yeah, I know you'll get a lot of legitimate stories about like different laws passing, different events going on. And kind of different ways they present those stories and whatnot. Yeah, so both stories are right there, so it's fine that you run around and have to use the restroom. Alright. But as the game goes on, there'll be spies. They'll try and come in and like espionage your stories from competitors. You'll have the mob show up and start smashing your stuff. You can get the police will arrest your reporters sometimes. Your reporters can get injured. Alright, so we got a crime board. That gives us a bonus on our crime stuff. And some of those things, if we can get some spare money, are worth getting, because those do give you a bonus on different stories. So like if I get enough levels on the crime, for example, and I do a crime story, I could potentially jump the quality of the story up, which makes it worth more money. Which is why it's like a juggle right now, because I need to be careful, because I'm going to run low on paper. I need to get a staff member to be able to be in here to deal with the garbage that's piling up, because it's going to start overflowing soon. I'm trying to put that off as long as I can, though. Alright, so we got our next story. It's on society. We're just waiting for Mr. Steven to get back. Taft resigns from court. Former president steps down. Yeah, so that's like a legitimate story. You feel like you get this game and the tech confused a lot? Softer Ink, you think? Software Inc. is a different game. Okay, so you got 2 society stories. So we have theater opens in Visalia. So let's go ahead and we can check the Fox Theater lobby. Struck by lavish interior. Okay, so the paper's holding up so far. We already know we're going to need more paper, so let's not wait on that. I'm going to go ahead and put in an order for paper. That's $200 gone, and that should be enough to run our press. So let's go in here and get the crime chart here to get slightly better stories on crime. And then the Telegraph, where we had more room, we could put in a world map. Alright. You grab one of those boxes and manually drop you in here. And I'm going to leave the other one just on the shelf right here, because then if someone needs it, I can deal with it. If not, we can get going somewhere else. But if the trash starts overflowing... Let's see, is the guy yapping in the background part of the tutorial? We're not doing the tutorial right now. I'm not sure what guy yapping in the background. I'm not sure what you're talking about, the guy yapping in the background. Alright. The one who's talking about what it's like to be in the news business? Oh, I mean, yeah, none of these are part of the tutorial. They're just comments that your people make depending on the stories and all that. Alright, so as soon as you get back here... Come on, Burning Sun. Get back on the story. Hell cited in resignation from Taft resigning. And you're about to be back. That might end up being our big story for right now. Don't show me that again. I know I can cancel a story. Just want to get Mr. Steam back because it seems like the Taft resignation story is one that'll get me 3 different parts. So even if I don't use it right now, it can be good later. Because I can't remember. It's something like it's good fresh news right now. 1 week later, it's still good. The next week, it's stale. The third week, it's gone. All right, historic leadership shift. So both the reporters are currently working on trying to get that story going. So if we check on that, so the other story we've got going on. Yeah, so like, okay, so it's only 1 week old. So like this news is considered old. That one crime news. And you can prioritize stuff and all that kind of things. Hey, Sui, thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had fun playing Project Zomboid. Or, sorry. I saw you switched to Above the Snow. Did you start on Project Zomboid? Either way, Above the Snow. I hope you had fun with that. I definitely enjoyed what I played of it. So we got another news story going on here. Yeah, no, it was fun. I very much enjoyed it. But check out Sui, our fantastic content creator. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. The stream team I'm on plays a lot of similar games to what we play, including things like Project Zomboid and all that, RimWorld, all that stuff. We've been doing some Above the Snow and all that, which was a very fun tycoon game where you run like a ski lodge with a lot of like mob undertones and all that kind of stuff going on. But definitely good times there. Alright. You're still working your way back to your desk. There's only entertainment and finance left. So what do you do again? You can do entertainment. So what we'll do is we'll go here, and I'll tell them prioritize entertainment for your next story. Because there's only 2 stories left, and one is entertainment, one is finance, from what I can tell. And the way I'm able to tell that is you'll see how there's the red dot here. That means there's no more news stories under that category for the week. So since these 2 still had a story, and there's 2 left, I know there's 1 of each. I just basically told it prioritize that. So you're getting low on paper. And you're getting low on food. Okay, so you get out here and do the entertainment story. And I switched you to finance. Last second, so that's good. Assembly halted, Great Factory, depots emptied. Yeah, so this is just flavor text. Comfortable period, well in the past. Yeah, that's just flavor text you're seeing on a lot of those. Alright, so we have the Taft resignation. We can go ahead and prioritize those stories. Because we've only got 2 days left, and that's the big story. It's got 4 tags, that's big money. That's going to be our main story for the week. And we're going to do what we can to try and survive. Because we are doing this in hard mode. For those who haven't seen this game, this is News Tower. You run a 1930s newspaper. So we are going to be dealing with the mob, and we're going to be dealing with, you know, all sorts of different things. And we get to international news. International news in the 1930s is a little bit of a hard read. Alright, no problem. So we thank you again so much for the raid. You get the you get that sleep and all that good stuff, and thank you again. It's always good to have you and whatnot. But yeah, so we are doing hard mode, so it is much sweatier than normal. Alright, so we got 1 day left, and then we gotta roll the presses, and we just gotta take what we've got. Oh, we can unpin that priority. Alright, and we've got the metal slug tray. The metal slug tray is a big win for us. For those who don't know what that does, is it makes it so these people can work a little bit faster. And I think it said I get 1 of those for free. Yeah, so we'll want to get that metal slug tray and put it in between these two. Where did your trash can go? Did I accidentally sell it? What's the deal with that? All right. Talking film debuts. The Green Goddess released. Yep, so it's the start of the talkies. And we did get the big story for the week done. And you're hungry, but there's no food. Actually, is there no food or low food? It's low food. We're not out of food. We're just very low. Alright, so needless to say, the Taft resignation story is the big one. It's got 4 tags on it. Now, the thing to keep in mind is we do have... That doesn't matter yet. I am supposed to get a crime and a sports story in here. Which unfortunately are not going to give me much synergy on any of this. Actually, I don't have much synergy at all to work with. So we can have the Skaters in New York story, and we can have the crime story. So that'll satisfy the district. Now, if I were to turn around and drop this in here, I could make an extra 60 bucks, which isn't nothing. But we want to take the district, because if I take the district, we get more subscribers. So I'm going to be losing out a little potential money and gaining more money. Okay, we do have enough paper to satisfy the print. So that's good. No synergy whatsoever on our stuff. This is our only page, and that's just what it's going to be. But we're going to get Williamsburg, so let's do it. I mean, record sales, 30,000 copies sold. Alright. You can't remember, does old story mean less money? I believe yes, and then if you have more than one old story, the penalty becomes severe on the same page or whatever. Alright, so we got a first try success, and we gained a little bit of influence, which is a currency you'd use to unlock special stuff. Okay. So we made about 900 bucks, and then we spent about, we made 900 bucks, and we spent a good chunk of that dealing with the stuff there. These numbers are hard but look really rough. Yes. So we now have access to the Mafia. Well, look at what we have here. If it isn't New York's newest publisher. Welcome to Brooklyn's Streets of Opportunity. Listen, kid. I knew your uncle well. I'm very saddened by his sudden disappearance. I hope nothing bad happened to my business associate. My boss has invested a lot in your uncle's business, you see. We think it's time we see returns. Only fair, don't you think, Polly? See, everybody can print a good story, but not printing crime this week might turn out to be just as hard. So if we avoid printing any story on crime, the mob will like us a little bit more, and the mayor will like us a little bit less. We'll gain 1 influence and $500. And while we did the mob the last time on stream, I have actually done the mayor off stream. Right now, this is my only opportunity to get extra cash, so we're taking it. Okay. So, let's see. Alright. So we go for the West Village. We just need to do politics and economy stories. We can go that route to avoid needing to print crime. What about down here? Oh, actually. Bayon will work out great because we already have those on the tray, and they're not crime. Okay, so with that, we've got the district. We're aiming to do a story on society and a story on entertainment, and then we're avoiding crime. That avoiding crime will give me an extra 500 bucks. So we've got a little bit of money, not a lot of money, a little bit of money. So we're gonna need to do a couple of things that I've been trying to put off. So I've already got all of you doing your things. I don't think we pick up any of these. So I am going to need utility. I'm hoping to find someone as cheap as I possibly can. Which is not looking very cheap. Okay. So what needs to happen is a couple of things. One, we should get the metal slug tray to help here. It looks like to do that, I need to scooch you one tile over, because that will boost both their effectiveness. Alright, so that's $75 gone. Before we go too far, I must get paper, and I must get... We will not be getting food. Oh, looks like the other trash can went to storage. Oh, okay, that's perfect. And unfortunately with this, I can't do anything with those trash bins myself. I can't take care of it. So what needs to happen is our first utility person. I believe it was the sweeping station. So let's add the sweeping station. And we just need the dirt cheapest person we can find. Hey, Louis? Welcome aboard, buddy. You know what your credentials are? You're cheap. Which is perfect. Realistically, I'm probably going to have to take the loan. Because I'm going to need to have food or we're going to start taking all sorts of penalties and our people are going to get upset. So, this week, we don't want to do crime stories. So let's put every story that's not crime on the priority. Alright, so we're definitely going to run out of food here, and I know it. So put you in the machine. You're also going in the machine. Yeah, so realistically... Alright. So realistically, what needs to happen here is I am going to have to take the loan. Which I don't like at all. And the reason I don't like that at all is it's going to cost me more, so we're going to grab those 2 deliveries. And we need to boost stuff if we can. And then we're going to end up needing others of these here. I'm going to hold off on actually queuing them up. Because the moment I go those, that's an extra bench, extra staff, extra pay, extra. Alright, so as soon as Burning Sun gets here, we can get the talking film debut. Unfortunately, that's the same paper for the press and the toilets. Hey man, it's the 1930s. Talkie too expensive, an investment. Talkie film debuts. Alright. So working on the stories. So far, it looks like there's only going to be 1 crime story for the whole week, so avoiding writing a story on crime should be pretty easy for us. I actually don't know this time if I want to go with the mob or the mayor. We're just doing the mob for this one because I desperately need the cash, and if they're willing to cut me an extra $500 for the week, that is like doubling my profit for the week. I will take it. I said no crime stories. Okay, so we go this way, we get ourselves a story here, That's going to give me a significant boost. That's a silver tag story. That's worth a lot more. But it's also a crime story. And we promised the mob we wouldn't do that. So we're instead going to go for 2 bronze tags that aren't going to be as good. Warehouse Blaze sparks economic woes. Recovery long and arduous. We're at the brink of bankruptcy, says. Yeah, so we would have gone with the society here. So we would have gotten one more story that's a silver. And basically it's silver's worth more than bronze is worth more than, you get the idea. So we can put that in there. So you can have toilet paper. We can put you in here. And you hire people to do this. You can do it manually. Okay, so you've got that. You're going to run out of paper soon, so let's get you squared away. We'll just go ahead and put that there as well, so that's the only thing that uses food in our entire building. Oh, and also, before I forget, this is a new hire. Let's get our brand new person. And our person who's doing our cleanup is going to be Bot Beatty. Let's go ahead and get you renamed. So that way you can enjoy cleaning up after all of the rest of us. You're welcome. We're just good employers of the 1930s. You love trash. That's a good attitude. Alright. So I got a society story. Okay, that's another silver tag. So let's have you start in the society angle. Frozen food, food debuts. Vegetables, fish, and meat. Yeah, so to think, like, frozen food wasn't a thing you could really buy until the 1930s. Like, and even then, early 1930s, they weren't widely available either. Before that, it was either fresh or canned. Or not fresh, I guess. Which is probably a painful reality for a lot of people. Bird's Eye revolutionizes food. Let's see, why do the cars look like they have a black tail coming out of them back here? I mean, that's just the back fender. And all that, the way they're being presented here, and then the smog they're letting out because of the old gas. Leaded gas and all that. Vehicles nowhere near, well actually, would it be leaded? I think it'd be leaded gas at the time. Nowhere near as efficient as modern vehicles. Alright, so you finished the first part of that. That'll be one of our bigger stories for the week. Then how do you explain the ice cream barges in the specific theater? What are you talking about? Like, I don't know what the explanation, like, what am I supposed to be explaining or anything? I don't see how that's relevant to the conversation. Yeah, I was gonna say, you're talking quite a bit later. And then on top of that, what does that have to do with, like, leaded gas and all that? Because even it's like, you know, even it was like, well, they didn't or they did. It's like, okay, well, I mean, that's a barge. We're talking about automobiles. Frozen food, debuts changing, farming, and manufacturing. You're talking about... Oh, yeah, no, this is before World War II, buddy. World War II comes later. We're still in the stage where things are starting to get set up to the events that eventually cause World War II. Like, this is pre-World War II. And this might shock some people. You have to invent something for it to exist later. Okay. Leaded ice cream? It wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, the ramp up to World War II. Right, this is... Let's see, World War II is 1935, Spanish Civil War, and kicks into like 1939-45. There's also a huge difference between naval barge with tons of ice cream and a home freezer unit. Right. Because this is like consumer access to frozen food is just being introduced. And even then, even if we're only talking like 5 years later, that's still a significant amount of time for a consumer good to start becoming widespread and all that. I need you to finish so you get back so we can get the next thing going. There we go. Because that'll be a relatively large story, and there should be enough time for you to handle that. Okay. Yeah, so you'll probably go out first. Alright, so we got Bulldogs win the title. Get on it. Southwestern Louisiana triumphs. But not northeastern Louisiana. Alright, so we got entertainment news. That's Burning Sun. Indianapolis swings. Baptist Choir celebrates 25th anniversary. Yeah, so keep that as a priority. Because like I said, that's got a silver tag. That's big money for us right now. We don't got much good news to work with. We are pretty ineffective. We still got $500 in the bank, due to taking a loan, which I didn't want to do, but it was that or not having enough paper to print the newspaper at the end of the week. Alright. So once Mr. Steven gets back, we'll get that second part of that sports story going. There are documents about ancient Romans having ice cream, but that was a super rich and B special occasions only and very, very work intensive logistics. Bulldog wins the title. Coach Pickles leadership. Yeah, there's you can find individual instances of some pretty wild stuff. But yeah, when you're saying something debuts, that means there's like, hey, this is available now. Yeah, ice harvesting has been around for centuries. Yeah, no, the idea of like cutting up chunks of ice and then trying to ship it as fast as you can before it all melts is just a wild idea. Being like, yeah, we're just gonna do this hunks of ice, we're gonna just chunk it, you know, get like a barge full of it, ship it as fast as we can down here, then cut those chunks into cubes and all that, to then like try and just run it to people's freezers so that, you know, they have a couple of days of frozen, like probably better, more of a week. Ice existed for a long time, but industrial level ice production was an interwar period, yeah. Come on, Mr. Steven, get that story to the desk. I need you out there. The group starts crusade, which is politics. I don't know what that means. The fun fact, AC units are rated in tons because 1 ton AC unit cools as fast as 1 ton ice cube that was harvested. Interesting, I wasn't aware of that. Just remember some of the forms of lead were used as sweeteners, and the Romans used it so they could have leaded ice cream. It's kind of fun when you look back at some of the stuff that's wild back there. Party searching for the right candidate. Okay, so we have to print right now. Okay, so things we want: no crime, society, and entertainment. So we have our one big story: frozen food debuts. That handles society. So if we can squeeze an entertainment story in there, that'd be good. We got a, an entertainment story about gossip. Entertainment story with a society. So we get a bonus for having society twice. So with this, if we can get one with multiple tags on it, that's good. We can potentially do the Warehouse Blaze story, because that gives me a economy tag matching, and it's a 2-tagger. So that gives me a bit more money. Whereas that one's only got 1 tag, and that one is old news, so we wouldn't get quite as much for it. So like to test the old news thing, if we went with that, we would lose just a tiny bit of money. It'd be just slightly less good. Versus we go with this one, we get slightly more money. Now it's also not factoring in the fact I am going to get an extra $500 from the mob and an influence point. So this is just a good news week for it. We're finally going to be making some real money on this one. You know, people always speak so badly of the mob. I don't see the problem. I'm getting paid really well for it. Alright. Education is the passport through the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. I miss people having that much looking forward kind of attitude. And we managed to get Bayonne. Okay, so I think was it that you got a couple of points each time? I'm okay with that. Hey, nice kid. See, you got potential. Smarter than you look. Keep playing ball like this and we'll get along fine. Hey man, as long as you keep paying, look, my salary, my employee salaries keep going up. I just need you to cut me the check, man. But like also in hard cash, because like the bank system is in a bad way right now, so you know, maybe just the money. Good job last week, publisher, but debts don't repay themselves, you know. My favorite team is about to play their biggest rivals. I would love to be on the winning side of the East River. I'm banking Big Dodgers win. Now, I'm gonna ask you a small favor. Just write some fear into those giants' heads, would you? Time to start repaying some of that debt your uncle owes us. Okay, so we need to print at least one mob story. It doesn't look like we get any negatives for failure. We can potentially get a little extra money and influence or nothing. So, okay, so the Jersey Theater would give us another faction we have access to. You would give us crap I'm probably not going to use. I mean, actually, you'd give me stuff to boost society news. Let's see here. So, I'm trying to remember, I want to say if you do this for a second time... so we would gain influence. And with influence, you can spend that to get upgrades. Right now, we don't have access to anything that can get us upgrades. Yeah, so I can't do that one because it requires 2 pages. Got crime and all that. Alright, so we do the West Village. We already have stories in the pipeline that satisfy that. Okay, so we got 1,400 bucks. The first thing we're going to need is an order of paper. So that money's already spoken for and gone. It's not going to be very long before I need a mechanic to start working on things, which is another mouth to feed, as it were. Do we have anyone that we could potentially hire that is, how you say, cheaper than dirt? I really like the cheaper than dirt ones. Those are my favorite. So I could have you take over the sweeping. Yeah, well, Let's see about the loan. You aren't wrong that paying down the loan might also be the good one. Because this isn't one of those ones that we pay down the loan. Money flows. Okay, so there'll be no loan interest. But I only got 230 bucks to my name. So if we wanted to do any type of upgrades, alright, so we got the crime board, we got the world map, and the world map goes up here and I don't have room for it. And that just makes them work a little bit faster. So I've got the paper delivery coming in. And both those boxes are going to go in there. Alright. So yeah, this is pretty brutal. Okay, we have a new priority. Might be taking that loan back. Because that toilet, she's gonna blow. Hey, hey. Oh, you can't do that one? Can I check your skills? No, you would do washing. How do I assign you to washing? I thought I just dropped you over here. I want to assign my existing staff to it. Workplace. Oh, okay, so we grab you. And we need to go to your... There's a way to switch your assignment that I don't remember for the life of me what it is. So I X you off of this. There we go. So now you clean the toilet. And in $100 bucks, I'm gonna make you start repairing stuff if you can. I actually didn't check. You are whatever the place needs. Okay, so you can't repair stuff, but you can do everything else. I can move them between stations, but each one, if you look at it, this character, they have 3 skills, and there's 5 skills that type of job can do. So I don't have the mechanic skill. And it's only a matter of time before stuff starts having problems. And if this breaks down while we're dealing with other stuff, that is a major problem. Okay, so we're going to take you off of this and reassign you here. Alright, there's a world map. Okay, Burning Sun, jump on that. So showing. Lovely romance movie hits cinemas. So what did we get? We got the election map. So when we have $50, we can increase our ability to report on the politics news. Well, crap. Alright. We tried to hold off. It's time to take our loan back. Hey, I know I just gave you this money back. If I could have that money back real quick, I have a need. So I'm going to put the election map up here while we're looking at it. Because those bonuses will go a long way for us. And I have no way I can fit that up there right now. That room has to get bigger. Actually... Come on. There we go. Alright. So I spent a bit of that. The unfortunate reality is while I'm trying to get away without hiring any more than I need, I do have a need for more. So you gotta put the workbench down. Right now you can just sit right here. It's fine. And unfortunately, I do have to hire someone else. Luckily, you are cheap, which is the exact price I can afford. So congratulations to our brand new mechanic, who's gonna be Luxray. So that way you can fix the water fountain. Alright, next story. Dodgers set to win. Alright, Mr. Stephen, this is the important story of the week. Because you're going to be reporting for the mob. Dodgers set to win, Giants team unprepared. Because the mob demands at least one mob story be written, and so we're going to help spook the other team by writing a bunch of stories about how they suck. What are you unhappy about? I'm feeling uncomfortable. Why are you feeling uncomfortable, Cookie? Why, with everyone else being so reasonable, are you over here being like, I'm sad. It's mildly less than perfect in here. Alright, so what's your deal? Slight noise complaint. Fine. Fine. Have your acoustic pad. Before you blow up at me. Honestly, that gives me room for another telegraph machine later. I don't want it now because we are managing to get... Oh, you don't have light here? Can I just scooch you over and pretend it's okay? Perfect. Alright. So we got a movie poster. Love to see it. So let's go and grab that. Because the more we can up these, the faster we can get through stories and all that. Oh, don't do this to me. Alright, scooch you over a couple of tiles. Plunk the movie poster here. There's those things that give ourselves a little bump in the story quality can potentially mean more money. You're uncomfortable because you're hearing your in real life name a lot, and you're constantly confused. It happens. Alright, so we got a new story on crime. Okay. So in this particular case, let's actually... It's fine. We're gonna go for the better story. Deadly fire in penitentiary, 320 lives lost in the blaze. We're gonna do some investigative journalism. I should go in here and say politics and finances are a priority for the week. Try and make it happen, Captain. You can do those stories, right? Yeah, you can. Alright. So that gives me 2 segments. Let's go ahead and have you... Well, actually... I'm going to go for the better story. Damar wins again. 7th victory for Damar. We're going to go for the better stories. We'll take over what territory we can and all that stuff. Need a ladder for that crime board. Right in front of the main door. Maximum safety. Yep. Yep. That's what you do. Alright, when Burning Sun gets back, this gives us Investigative, which is a silver tag, so that's better money. Okay, we don't get a discount for ordering extra of any of those things. I went ahead and put another order for paper, just to make sure. Was neglect cause of the fire? For the penitentiary fire? Oh no! That would be most scandalous. Most scandalous and uncouth indeed. Alright, so get our sports story here. So I think the way we prioritize each week is whatever faction we're doing for a thing is first priority, because that seems to pay way better. And then the second priority is like taking over the new territory and all that stuff. That also has its perks and advantage. That's where you unlock a lot of good stuff. Damar wins again. Victory time, 2 minutes, 30 seconds, 3 milliseconds, or that, or 2 hours, 30 minutes, 3 seconds. I don't know. I don't know what sport Damar is playing. Alright, so we are getting our stories through here pretty quick. We got our mob story. This story here needs to be a priority. That's a high value story. Now the catch is I am a one-page newspaper, so this doesn't really afford me a lot of opportunity for making a bunch of money. That's something we're going to want in time. I believe with our layout, I might be able to scooch this wall over and squeeze one more page in between here if we unlock it. And the pro and con with that is it takes a lot more stories to fill it up, but also a lot more stories. What are you uncomfortable about now? What is your problem, Cookie? Because genuinely, it looks like you've got a positive comfort here. I don't know what your problem is. Have you considered not whining? It's the 1930s. This is definitely the age of toughen up, Buttercup. We're like, I'm having a tough week. And then you go, that's not my problem. I expect you here on Monday. Also, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Because this predates the 40-hour work week. This is your life is work. Get back to it. Alright, so Mr. Stevens is a little too tired right now. If we send Mr. Stevens out right now, they're going to be upset. What is your problem? I mean, you should be fine. Why are you having a problem? Because you send them... Alright, never mind. They got over it. Okay, so you're doing the politics angle. Because we do need to do politics stories this week. They're a higher priority than entertainment stories. Let's check... So, Burning Sun's the one still here. I keep forgetting which ones do what. You do not have finance. So you do entertainment and society. So let's go ahead and we'll tag the society story. So you can snag a society story really fast. Put it in there. That way we can just have you practice it. We're not going to keep it or run it, but you know, we'll have you. We'll make you work on it. I wouldn't want to pay you and you not be working. Oh, actually, that works out. They're going to give us stuff. Unearthing guides schools. Observation should be brought into classrooms. Observation should be brought into classrooms? Okay. Not sure what that means, but alright. How's this toilet doing? It's doing okay. We haven't reached the point of deeply upsetting yet. We're just mildly upsetting. Oh, another thing they did with the update that added hard mode is a bunch of traits got rebalanced. Most of them got stronger. There were some of the traits that weren't as strong, that they made them stronger. And then they had other traits and all that they've added. They did rebalance a couple other things so far as multipliers and penalties. I don't think any of them will be like major changes. Like, I don't think you're going to completely flip your strategy based on any of it. But stuff where, like I said, there's a couple traits that were a little on the weaker side that now are a little bit more competitive. All right, we've got a map of the solar system. So we're talking about like space observation. That's fair. So let's scoot you in the middle, move you up here. Got an entertainment story. Come on, Burning Sun. Circus brings show to hospital. Clowns perform on lawn. And Mr. Steven, bankruptcy. Excessive results as another bank dips. Alright, so those are the last two stories for the week. Neither of those are going to be ready in time for anything, so we're not going to even worry about them. But we do have some pretty good ones here. Yeah, none of these last ones are going to be particularly meaningful. It is interesting that you're complaining about hunger, and you literally were just at the, like, just go get the water. There's 87 water there. And in the 1930s, water is food. So says the game. Oh, also, let's get the bonus from the solar system map. Someday my reporters will get their own meaningful space. Not today. Tomorrow's not looking good either. Not next week, but you know, someday. Alright, so this is our big story for this one. Deadly fire in the penitentiary. You mean 1930s water has enough living bacteria to be considered food? Get your nutrition from it. Alright, so we have to do the mob piece for the extra 500 bucks. Okay, so the question here... I definitely am not getting the politics and finance. I don't have stories to line up there. We do have this one. We can get the sports matchup. Because if I just drop in the politics here, that's going to be not enough to get the district done. This will give me a multiplier. It's a real shame. Okay, so let's see. So that's 1,080. Yeah, so dropping, even though that's got more multipliers, that silver tag is just worth too much. And if we don't print the mob story, so let's see. If we don't print the mob story, we don't get the 500. If we put you in, it doesn't give me much more. So we're going to put the mob story in there. Get our influence at 500 bucks from the mob. That's going to be better money than if we're honest. So we're not going to do honest things. But yeah, so we're not going to get anything done in the district, but we are going to please the mob today. So let's go ahead and get that run. Do I have enough paper? Yes, I do. So let's go ahead and get our stuff sold. Get our 1,500 bucks. All right. As a champion, someone who gets up when he can. Let's see. They really did the research like never before. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
No.
I know. But I love you.
I love you more. And yet it is. Alright, so we didn't get anything in that district. So the mob makes us slightly more, and the mayor not so much. Well, publisher, gotta say, I liked what I read this morning. And we got those giants shaking in their cleats. Dodgers crushed them. My friends walked out with pockets that were a little heavier. I like a man who delivers. Maybe you ain't so bad after all. Alright. So the pro and the con is we did make more money, But we also have our wages going up. Can we get a shout out for Treacle, another fantastic content creator on the platform? Plays a lot of similar games to what we play, and so good times over there. Alright. So, let's see what the mob wants today. Look who decided to return again. Good you're here. Your uncle made some bad financial decision, and a large part came out of our pockets. My flawless reputation is at stake. Do you want to know what the first rule of our business? Tell him, Paulie. Never lose money, publisher. That's right, Paulie. So I want this week's print to be a record seller. You hear? Do yourself a favor and earn some cash now. Without money, you ain't going nowhere in this city. Alright. Yes, definitely check out Treacle. Absolutely fantastic content. Again, plays a lot of similar stuff to what we play here and all that good stuff. So it really is appreciated to have you here and all that. One of our mods as well. Okay, so they're willing to pay me $1,000 if I could sell 38,000 newspapers. Before we agree to that, what volume of newspapers did I sell last week? I don't actually know where I can look that up. I know we broke 30,000 previously, but there's a difference between 30,000 and 38,000. And if we fail, they smash up our junk. And I don't have a security person, so they're just going to run amok. So I'm very torn on that. So we don't already have a story there, we don't already have a story there, or there, or there. So that one we've actually got. So probably keep that one selected. Can you reduce the paper price to sell more? You can. That might hurt us real bad. I think we go for it and hope for the best. If we fail this, it's going to be bad, because if we fail this, they send their people and they smash my stuff up. So I am going to need to have like an A+ week so far as sales and all that go. Alright. And I keep kind of hoping we could find someone extra cheap to hire. So, let's check in what we got for our paper. So both these boxes need to go in here. And we're good on paper here, so that should be enough to get through the week. Because thankfully it's not the amount of money I need to make, it's just strictly units. Is there anything I need to be spending my money on right now? For right now, let's pay back the loan. So it doesn't give me much wiggle room, but we're debt free. We've got plenty of food and plenty of paper stocked, so we should be fine for the time being. These stories will all get processed just fine. Okay, so you're working on the entertainment stuff. So we need lots of tags, preferably silver tags. And we're actually starting to get to the point where Burning Sun's getting a decent number of society level because of all the stuff sitting on their desk. So society stories under Burning Sun has starting to get to the point where we can potentially get, there's a, like, a modifier you can get. Circus brings show to the hospital. Smiles replace silence, says hospital director. Alright, so we can get finance books. Ooh. Ah. Finance ledgers. Ooh. Put those on your desk to boost your ability to do stories about finance. Okay, and our repair person is unhappy because they're in the room working on the printing press, which is obnoxiously loud and awful. It is interesting so far, all these earlier weeks, we're getting literally one of each type of story. That definitely doesn't stay that way. Okay, we've got a society story. Okay. Alright, big story time. We'll start with this angle down here. But if we do both of these stories, then we can get a good one. So this will be a really good story, because that's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tags, 1 silver. Resource scarcity troubling. Balancing act strains land, but keeps farming profitable. Alright, so that's going to be probably our big story for the week. Let's immediately start putting that in the priority. I believe that also hits, I think, all of our tags, because it was, I think, society, politics, investigative, finance. That is a good story. Now, we can land ourselves a second investigative tag to get 2 silver tags to combine there. That could definitely give me a good shot at making that mob stuff happen. All right. How's the toilet looking? You getting pretty rough? Oh yeah. All right, so it's time for you to be reassigned. All right, so before we worry about this, this is the big story. So it'll be society. Okay, so Burning Sun is free to go run over here and deal with this. This is another 4-tag story, so we got some good ones. Gangster shot dead. Gasper Millows shot and killed at fish market. Did she say, I'll pretend this is interesting? Alright. Tell me how you feel about the news. That's your job to deal with. You're like, okay, I'll pretend this story is something worth talking about. Okay, so it is looking like we're going to potentially get some good news pieces this week. Why are you uncomfortable? Here, you know what? I can probably picture a problem by just dragging you. Oh, you don't fit. Never mind. There, I'll scoot you slightly farther away from the bathroom. Does that improve your mood? Alright. Yeah, so I'm imagining a big part of hard mode is the early game you're like really running lean. And then as you start collecting more and more districts and you get more and more subscribers, you start getting a little bit more control. Alright, so we're gonna not assign Burning Sun to the other story. Yeah, Burning Sun jump on this one. Because like I said, that other story looks like it's going to be our big story for the week. There's potential it might not end up being this one. And boom, jump right on it. Resource scarcity troubling. I issue an environmental warning. This is unsustainable, says researcher. 5 tags, that's a big one. Unfortunately, Burning Sun's the only one who can do this story. It is a 4 bronze tagger. So I think we just wait. Because if I cancel the story, it's gone. And most likely the next couple stories are just going to be like 1 and 2 taggers. So we're going to try and get this really juicy story real fast, knowing that we basically have poor Mr. Steven just sitting here twiddling their thumbs at their desk. Because they got nothing better to do with their time for right now. Okay, and put priority on all of this. This is the big story for the week. Yeah, so you'll finish that soon, which will clear that spot up. So let's make sure the next story is something that Mr. Steven can do. We look at Mr. Steven. You could do politics, sports, and finance. So we'll just go up here to our telegraph. Prioritize sports, because that's the only one of those other tags you can do. Then Burning Sun will pick up on the gangster shot dead story. Alright. Authorities investigating connections with rival families. Alright, so we got our sports story. There you go, Mr. Steven. Arnold triumphs at Indy. Holds Borg Warner trophy high. Honestly, looks like almost all the rest of the stories are going to be just Burning Sun for the rest of the week. That can't be right. But yeah, we are dealing with stuff like prohibition in the game. That's like, so you'll have bootlegging alcohol and the speakeasies and all that going on in the game. They'll reference it in some of the stories as thing goes along. All right. What influence points used for eventually? If we go out here, sorry. If we go out to the world map, as soon as I remember where we actually do that. There we are. We go out here. So, for example, we can go down to Industry City Harbor. So when I connect this up, when I go down here, these cost influence points. So, like, for example, this one, it's a thing that gives me a bonus to everyone who, like, it gives a bonus to our telegraphers. These all give bonus to our people who are working on the assembly and the typesets. You have the calendar, it does the same thing. This is actually also where you get to where you can do second and third pages and all that kind of stuff. So it's a lot of stuff along that line. I wonder what it would take to get myself set up with a second page, because that would help a lot. The Burning Sun gets back, but let's wrap this story. Considering the amount of work you're being requested to do, I'd like to discuss your compensation. Detroit crime family in a state of shock and disarray. What do you want, Burning Sun? We're providing nice, nutritiously sound water. Perfect for your consumption. That's also going to be a Burning Sun story. It just, unfortunately, with the breakdown of stories. Yeah, like literally, none of those stories could be handled by anyone but you. I think on top of that, weren't you the reporter who has the cheap salary? Because one of them had the cheap salary thing. I think you have the cheap salary thing, like you negotiated yourself down. 1930s. Would I be able to fit another printing machine in there? If I open that up and slid... Yeah, because if I slid all of this over, I could definitely get one more page in here. Totally not a mole. I mean, when you got hired, you may not have been a mole. But, you know, considering the compensation and everything, priorities might have changed. Alright, so let's go here. Take you off that. Put you over here. Alright, next story. All you, buddy. Mob boss Tony Bacola vanishes. Bacola missing after confrontation. I'll pretend this is interesting. Just that whole thing, it's like, I really don't care. Entertainment. That'll be Burning Sun. Okay. So, let's scooch this down here. Scoot you down there. Bring you over here. And bring you over here. And I guess I'll just shove that down there. And then you would slide over here. Alright. Well, we're adding coffee to that water for no. Coffee's too expensive. I'm curious. Alright, so if I slide you over, it does increase your price. That's what I was wondering. Alright, so this is Burning Sun's next thing to work on. Come on, buddy. I need you to get back to your desk so I can get you assigned to your next job. Alright. Claim to possess information about their disappearance of Baumgarten. And then we have the entertainment story, which is also Burning Sun, which still leaves a society story not yet covered. Okay, so we need 38,000 sales. So needless to say, that's the main story. So that's the big story for right now. That does cover both of these. So we can go here, and that does... the gangster story does overlap on the alarm side of it. We don't have anything with a lot of tags. You don't have any overlap to speak of. The entertainment has no overlap to speak of. So if we were to put the entertainment here, that puts me in danger of the mobsters coming out. Because that would be only 24,000 sales. Ow. We also don't have enough paper. Give me your paper. Actually, hold up. Hey, hang on. I know you're on that, John. I need you to hand me the toilet paper. We need it for printing on. Okay. So. None of that's done, so I can't yoink it early. You would have the overlap, which gives us the same everything. So if I do a different category, that's 24,000. That's 22,000. Yeah, so we get 24,000. Where was it that I could adjust the price? Oh, I can't. We're too early in the game. I can't adjust the price yet. Ah, yeah, this is gonna be a bad day for us. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. We're gonna get our 1,600 here. Then the mob's gonna show up and break all our junk. And I can't do anything to stop it. Fun. We can double check that. Where was that? I'm blanking on how to move some of this stuff around. Oh no, that does say total sales. Oh, loose sales, total sales. Okay, I panicked. I was looking at my loose sales going, oh no. Okay, no, we should be good. No, you're right. We should be fine, which means an extra 1,000 in my pocket, which is desperately needed. All right, 54,000. Okay, so we're fine. We're okay. I was looking at the wrong number. All right, so we got some good stories that week that bailed us. So we got our 1,600 sales from our own efforts, and an extra $1,000 from the mob. And we got the district. Well, looks like you finally learned how to move some papers. Front page was all anyone talked about today. And you know what that means? Money. Lots of it. Keep this up, publisher, and maybe, just maybe, like your uncle, those debts might just disappear. The net expenses compared to last month went down. How did my net expenses go down? Oh, we have our loan paid off entirely. Right. And then with that, we had Vado and Burning Sun have both gained a level. Burning Sun is slightly better at reporting on crime, and Vado is slightly better at typesetting. Which means they charge me more now. Yay! Wait a second. Alright, so unless we become better friends with the mayor, the bank serves us no purpose. It's good to see you haven't taken my request lightly, publisher. You know, Polly and I think this new partnership built on mutual trust could really thrive. You like boxing, publisher? I do. You could say it's a passion of mine. But with the economy crash, no one's betting anymore, are they, Polly? Not a single dime. Those boxers need to feed their family, and so do I. We've got a fight that needs promoting. Make the bell ring again, you know? I will accept, I will publish your thing. Alright. So we do have a adventure and a sports story. So you're definitely going to want sports stuff this week. So yeah, I think we're going to go with this district up here, because we already got sports and adventure in the bag. And we already know they're going to want us to publish stories about boxing. So it's very likely we'll be doing a lot of sports this week. Alright. So, first up, we're going to do a medium delivery of paper. And then with this, I think we can do one more page, which is going to up our costs a lot. Yeah, I can print one more. So you got to get scooched over here. Alright, so already most of our money is gone. So we got a little bit of heat getting out there, so let's try moving you over. Okay, so a little bit of heat is bleeding through. If I were to upgrade the background, does it treat as the whole room? No. So we'll do that. I'll take a little chunk more out of us. That close to the center, that close to the center, scoot you over a little, scoot you over a little. We can go into the comfort settings. Oh, do we get anything new here? No. That's fine there as well. Oh no, comfort was down here. Okay, so took that down a notch there. That's all fine. We've got paper on the way. But now we're a 2-page newspaper. Any new hires that fit my needs of being obnoxiously cheap. You can do it. I actually don't think... So you can help clean, so we can not have to swap people. You'll add 56 bucks to my monthly bill. But you can also handle carrying and you've got some skill, and you are dirt cheap. Which is my budget right now. Because you can have it with the transporters, that they'll start grabbing this stuff and moving it around. That's not important yet. I think we hold off. Okay, the first story we want is the sports story. Alright, so there's the paper. So let's get our toilet paper restocked because we had to take the toilet paper, we did 135 the last time. So there we go. That's the papers. How goes our food? Food's fine. I don't know why you're complaining about the toilet when it's right there and you could just go down there and use it. Wait, is that an actual option in the game? Print newspaper? It's toilet paper, the paper they write on, and newspaper are all just paper. So there's no distinction between them. So it did just grab the paper that was stored on the toilet and moved it to the newspaper. Because it just needed a little bit more paper. Alright, Burning Sun. Aw, you're tired? Come on, man. I need you to not be tired. Really? I literally told you to prioritize sports. What is this crime? And also, there's a thing at the end here. Alright, so Burning Sun, I need you to recoup for a minute. You're all like, I need a break. I need a time not being busy on other things for just 5 minutes. Oh my god, please. Let that store go. This story's gone. Get it out of here. Okay, you're recovered. Get back out there. Body found in Chicago in Chicago Canal. Body resurfaced despite 75 pounds of weights and chains. All right. I did see on the roadmap for the game that they're going to add an update that adds, like, news from Mexico and Canada and all that as well, once you unlock the international news. Okay. Battleino versus Bushy. Alright, Mr. Steven. You are going to be at risk of injury, but this is the mob story. So I need you right now, to be able to dodge a wrench, okay? Over here. Over here. Right here. Good job. You done good. Batagalia and Graham are courageous, rugged fighters you need to see. So basically, you about got slugged, but you managed to tuck and roll or whatever it was you did to not get punched right in the face. Alright, so it gives me a mob story. Okay, so this gives us an investigative and some question mark after. I'm actually curious what this is, because I don't remember seeing this before. So I want to know what my prize is. Prize. Mafia shows up because you reported on a story. Come on, Burning Sun, there you go. Body identified as Eugene Red McLaughlin, avenged in Fox Lake Massacre. Now, the downside is the mob wants me to report on a story that is only one bronze tag, which does kind of suck. Sorry, but the good news is now that we're a two-paper, thing, I can huck their story on the back page, in the part that no one reads. And keep my good high-value stories right up in front and center. Get my money out of it. There's a bunch of ways to approach making this more lucrative. You can try and just make it so you make the absolute highest quality on just a little bit of paper. You can just make a giant paper that you just fill with junk. The downside there is it costs a lot more paper to do it. Alright, Dow Jones plunges again. So, Mr. Stevens, this is all you. Let's have you start on the finance angle of that. Markets panic. And you're basically keeping up relatively okay. So we do need to prioritize this story. That one needs to get done. The silver tag story there might be a relatively good one to run. I'm hoping for better, but we'll just need to work with it. So pretty soon we're going to hit the point where I'm likely going to need that, when you can start selling ad space. So that is actually a mechanic in the game. Where was it? Yeah, here it is, the ad agency. Once you get this thing, you can start running ads. So that's just, I gotta get that, I gotta get this location. Basically, there's a couple different ways we can get to it. We can route around this way, we can route up this way. But we just gotta get north and then you can run ads. Alright, what did you give me? A baseball bat. Neat. So we can now go over here and shove you up there for a little bit more sports stuff. What amazing story to run ads. There's literally an achievement for having a newspaper that's, I think it's like almost 3 pages of basically nothing but ads. And you can actually make okay money doing that. But you're not going to gain much subscribers for some reason. I can't imagine why. Isn't that just called a catalog? Yeah, we're just going to mislabel it as news. Don't worry about it. Okay, so this kind of sucks, because that's all Mr. Steve in there. Okay, so we might be at the point of needing another reporter. The problem I'm running into is I also need any amount of space to fit another reporter, which I am very much lacking at this time. Hey, you up there? Have you ever wanted to have a wash sink between your desks? Because you know what you're getting? A wash sink between your desks. Can I squeeze you in here? No. It's fine. Alright, grab the reporter's desk, shove it there. Okay. So, let's see what we've already got in our existing reporters and find someone who can kind of bridge the gap between them. So we look at just our reporters. I do have one of each. So it's crime, entertainment, and society is one person. So that's the exact same as before. That one gives you a thing where you can randomly jump ahead. That's crime, politics, and society. Great chance of avoiding problems. Crime, entertainment, yeah. I mean, the jumping ahead is really strong, but that doesn't help my immediate problem. I think you literally are the same one that we have. Like, that's the thing, is I think our breakdowns with our people right now. So you're finance, politics, and such. Finance, politics, and sports. Yeah, so the only one that's a crossover is this one. Doesn't help me with the sports. I mean, you're also a crossover, but you are so freaking expensive. I'm leaning towards Cynthia for the future, but that's basically just Burning Sun #2. And this paying the extra for Nocturnal sucks, because it's not something I have any use for at all. And I don't want to spend the 100. Rerolls remaining this week. Yeah, the 100 I could re-roll it, but then I'm losing $100 for that. Do I just endure this? Like, what do we do here? So this story gives us the silver statistics one. That's going to be a decent value. This one's 3 bronze, but it does give us the sports tag I need for the sports tag to match with what we're already doing. It's out. It hurts to do that, because it's not a bad story. But I can't have, like, for literally 3 different segments. Dojo plunges again. Smut, Holly tariff sparks concern. Yeah, there's still more sports news for the week. So we got the entertainment in there for Burning Sun, just so you have something to do. So you get the silver tag being worked on right now. But yeah, it would be good to get another reporter in. We'll see what we get next week for reporters. And we're going to bring in another reporter. It won't be too long before it'll be worth getting another telegraph in. Which I think I actually do have enough room for a telegraph up here. And once we do that, we're kind of capped on our space. I got nowhere else to shove anyone. All right, Mr. Stevens, I need to get in here as fast as you can. Because if I can get you out there long enough to finish that story, that gives me another silver tag for some extra cash. Come on, buddy. Slump to 230.05 points, lowest this year. Fun. Alright. Okay, Burning Sun. I'm gonna need you to dodge getting hit in the head, okay, buddy? I'm gonna need you to dodge this. Diving to staggering depth of 1,426 feet, because this is a 2 bronzer. To the right, to the right, to the right. Oh, that's bad. Well. Reporter. So yeah, you have the crime chart over there. Probably need one of those. So crime chart and entertainment. Alright, put that away. So let's make sure you got everything you can do to fill in those shoes. So there's a crime chart. And there's your movie poster. And then for our brand new Burning Sun number 2, that is going to be RJ Light. You're a brand new reporter. And so what you're going to do is you're going to jump on that story that just got Burning Sun smacked in the head. And you're going to take it over. Exploring the depths. Alright. How much paper do I have in there, by the way? Before we're too late. 185 should be plenty. It probably is. If not, I can cannibalize the paper from everything else here to get the print through and then order more paper the next day. Ooh, injury substitute. Yeah, no, that's the thing. We wanted to get another reporter. I was really hoping to get someone in between. The thing that you have that's good is that ability you have. There's I think it's like 25% chance anytime I put you on a story that's got multiple parts, you will just make the next part immediately available. So that you'll work on the one part you're working on, but some other reporter can jump on the second part so you can do it asynchronously. Which can be really strong when you have one that there's like, the one story is blocking like 3 other segments. You can jump in, unlock those, and then suddenly people can jump on the next part. Alright, so it's the last day to get our stories out. But yeah, knowing it's 4 days, it's like, okay. I just know Burning Sun wanted a vacation. Is like, I'm overworked and underappreciated and underpaid. I'm taking this as my excuse to take 4 days off. I see how it is. No appreciation with hiring you in this terrible economy. 1930s, prohibition is in place. Economy is basically actively on fire. In like the worst possible way. Boxing hangs in the ropes as radio cuts ringside profits. Alright. Is there any of these stories that need to be prioritized? This story. Make it happen. And then that's the other one we care about. We'll see if they can get it done in time. But yeah, now I've got 3 reporters. We are going to want another telegraphing thing. Because we don't want people standing around not able to work. Not with how paper thin our budgets are. We do also have to be a bit careful. It's pretty easy for us to spread ourselves too thin. I don't know that we got it done in time. Alright, so we didn't get the Dow Jones plunge story done in time. So we have, this is probably our big story. So let's see, that'd be 720. What if we run you? Much less. Much less. Okay, so you go on the front page. So let's see what we've got for here. Ooh, actually, which of you is better? So 960? 960, makes no difference. Alright, so you're on the front page there. The mob story on the back page there. So, we're going to be reporting some stale news is what's going to be happening here. Do we have anything with any of the overlap tags? So you can actually filter this. We have one that was 5 minutes from finished. You suck, team. Gonna need you to all step it up. Alright, so go ahead and put another sports story there. And, okay, so if I put you down there, that's 1,200. That's no better. Alright. So, now we just need some filler stories. And unfortunately, if I put 2 of those on here that are old news, we are going to take a penalty. There's no difference in the quality on these stories. Here's what we could do. So let's put a crappy, low-end politics story there. And I could take this one entertainment story here. Alright, so it's going to give me $1,260. We've got multiple negative tags, which is hurting us. If I take you off, does that help? It makes no difference whatsoever. If I take you off, does it help? Nope, not really. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, so put you back. You're slightly more sales. The idea of potentially running the paper with, like, no... like, just a blank spot in the front page. Because literally putting this story here doesn't help me. Because we gain one thing there, and we lose one thing there. So it is a wash. It's whatever. Okay, that's fine. We've got our stuff for the time. We got some negative tags on there. It's a bit of a mess. We are getting $1,260, just double checking everything. So we get the region, and we're also getting an extra $500. So it's still not going to be bad. Alright. Who still cares? Old news. Harsh, man. My feelings. Alright, so we made 1803 in profit. We gained some subscribers for hitting the district, and we got some influence. We got an extra 500 bucks from this. Cool. Now it's a knockout publisher. Bets are rolling in like the old times. Keep this up and we'll make a real champ out of you. Alright. So we're making about $900 worth of profit, which is good. Burning Sun has gone slightly better at entertainment news. Okay, so we can't do anything with the construction yard yet. But we can start spending our influence. So we've got stuff that makes our people happy. We've got a thing here that gives us a little bit more food. We can get a gumball machine. But we can get a sports clipboard and a results desk. So let's get the sports clipboard. That'll boost our sports thing. And then the results desk, it gives me a thing that I can have a person sit at and write up statistics. Which is good. No business today, publisher. Boss out of town handling some things. So, unfortunately, there's going to be no mob bonus this week. They're just not working. Do we have any of those I've already got set aside? No. Alright. So the courthouse gives us stuff for crime things. The university gives us stuff for what was your things? Finance. So we can go for the finance stuff up there. Let's try and stick with the 2 stuff here. You give me stuff for politics? Yeah, and that'd be the legislative desk. So maybe we aim for the politics area. And see if we can't lock that in. Yeah, because that'll give me more influence if I secure these. Right now we need subscribers. Because this week we're not getting our bonus cash. Alright, so first thing we need to do is check in our stuff. We've got our brand new sports bonus thing. Which if I can get that up there, that would give me another bonus on the sports. We are out of space, is the problem. We're just out of space. I need to rearrange these desks something. We don't have a place to put the sports board. That's okay. I do have the shelves, which are also out of space for. Let's check on our hires. Do we have a dirt cheap hire? Oh, yeah. You are perfect. You are perfect. $38 a month. Welcome to the team, friend. We're going to go and get you a name. And our brand new discount cleaner is going to be JD2V0. Have you ever wanted to clean toilets at an extremely below market rate? Because I can actualize that dream for you. And if no, I don't know what to tell you, actually. Alright, so Telegraph is 750. I don't think we can do that, because the next thing I need to do is how is our paper situation? We are going to need paper. Bring me an order of paper. How's our food situation? We're okay on food for right now. Alright. So 1, 2 boxes of paper up here. There could 2 could sit on the ground for right now. Alright. So Burning Sun is still injured. Yes, I'll have you jump on this one. Which did automatically trigger that, but it doesn't help us. Soup Kitchen expansion. Investigating into the cause begins. Alright, so you're back. And you can handle sports, politics, and finance. So boom, boom, boom. Give me one of those stories. Come on, you. That's perfect. Hoover pushes treaty forward. A call for peace. And that's got the, what is it? Unrest flag. Oh, you can also have your newspaper protested, which then they block your staff from getting inside the building, which could be a whole thing. And I'm also weirdly looking at the background, and I'd like that to not be the case anymore. Alright, how much is the next floor? 2,500. Ow. That's rough is what that is. Yeah, so realistically, when Burning Sun is back from their injury, we're really going to want a third telegrapher. I believe as you have more telegraphers, you will get net more stories. Investigation into cause begins. Ooh, gold quality. All right, that's gonna be our big story for the week. So you're working on that. You need to recover for a minute. But this soup expansion story is gonna be the big one. It's got a gold quality thing, and as I mentioned, it's kind of like, I want to say 1 silver's worth 3 bronze and 1 gold's worth 3 silver, like that kind of a deal. It's a significant uptick. All right, Mr. Steven needs to rest for a minute. Oh my god. You have to use a restroom too? Could you use a restroom while you're out? Making everybody wait for you to use the bathroom. Strong, I only use the restroom at home vibes. Let's see, the stairs icon on the top right to put the view back. The stairs icon on the top right. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Okay, so you're still recovering. Ah, great. You're doing both of those. I don't think we want to get rid of both those. Okay, so you're good. Get the gold story. That's the big one. Vows to rebuild iconic structure. That's a day and some change, but I also need that tag for their thing. Okay, I probably shouldn't do this, but I'm going to. We're going to take another loan. Is there a reason you have 2 doors on the main floor? Do the stairs not connect to the entrance? So this is just like a straight up stairwell. You can't keep connecting up. You zigzag after that until you get an elevator and all that stuff. You prefer on work time is something a Rual mod would say. It's something Rual has said as well. On this channel is something I have also mentioned. Okay, so we've got task speed is reduced by 75% on Mondays, but works for less money. I'm not bothered by trash. Produces less trash, produces less trash. It's fine. Welcome to the team, and your name is now Mohan Rai. Now I'm gonna need you to give me a new story something that Burning Sun can work on. So crime, finance, entertainment was Burning Sun, I believe? Or finance might not have been one of yours. Oh, not Burning Sun, I'm sorry. You do crime, entertainment, society. Uh-oh. Yeah, they're both standing here looking for work. Alright. But yeah, having a third telegrapher will cause me to get more stories a week. Not only in how fast you work, but they'll actually make more stories available overall. Okay. There. Oh, it's an ore. That's the one I should grab, but that'll be even more for Steven to work on. which I don't think is the play. Let's go ahead and have Burn and Sun jump on that one. You're our most talented writer for society. Train crash, injures 100, victims rush to hospital. See, this one, I would get the shared tags, but then that would be 3 stories all backed up on one reporter. Which we already have a reporter standing around with nothing to do because too much is on the pipeline. Meanwhile, we need to go not to that one, to this one. Prioritize that. We need that story. That's our big story for the week. That's the one that pays our bills. Because the next big move is I have to add a floor. And when we add a floor, more than likely we're going to move some of the stuff around. These desks will likely go up to that floor because the reporters don't sit at their desks very often. It's just while they're waiting. So having them just shoved off in the corner is fine. The telegraphers are also a good one to shove off in the corner. They don't have to walk around the building. They just go into their cave and they stay there. Occasionally they hiss at people that walk by. Alright, entertainment. Ah, perfect. So we can have Burning Sun. You're going to jump on the Empire Ballroom angle. The other side was finance. I should have used the other person. It's fine. Well, actually, I can cancel it, can't I? We're paused. So if I remember correctly, there was a button here somewhere we can pull you off. Ah, it's fine. There was a chance RNG-wise you would kick that over to cause it to go right to that one so that the other person could jump in. It's fine. Dance Marathon ends in chaos. Exhausted contestants collapse. And that means that's 3 of these that are currently being tied up on one person after that point. The good news is one of those just got freed up. You can untick you. There's no more entertainment news this week. Alright. We got a crime story. It's a crap story, but you're still gonna just do it for practice. Infamous mob boss Tally Boy Sam found dead in apartment hit. The mob boss was discovered dead in his luxurious estate yesterday. And they get that one. Hoover pushed the Storge treaty forward. Global tensions on the line, says House Speaker Nicholas Longworth. Okay, so this is going to be another one that's going to end up being a priority to satisfy the district stuff. That's the main big one. This one really has to happen. Or we are not making payroll if that doesn't happen. Okay, there's no more crime stories for the week, so it's just society and sports. Okay, you got the entertainment has the second segment. Burning Sun will jump on that as soon as they're back. Alright. But yeah, when you get these ones with all the tags on them, that's where a lot of the money comes from. But that gold one is going to be worth a fortune. Contestants question the fairness of the competition. Now, downside is those stories have like 4 and 5 segments. Means these have to go through like 4 and 5 rotations for like 1 for each segment before it goes up to being available to print. So it's one story ends up taking way longer to get through. Eventually we will want 2 of each of those. But we are going to need to work a lot on getting that. We're definitely not going to be pushing for more pages for a while. Alright, so everyone's getting back with their stories. So you can jump on that segment. Alright, so you're just now getting back as well, so that's RJ Light. Jealous Gravedigger. Okay, jump on it, that's all you. Husband steals freshly buried ex-wife. Just, I won't sleep tonight, says the reporter. Yeah, I can see that. You're like, well, that's a mighty nice pile of trauma right there I'm about to experience. Yeah, so you'll be done with that one relatively soon, and so will you, so I don't think it's worth me canceling that story to get the next one lined up. Because we'll clear that, we'll get one more there. They won't have time to process all our stories before it's ready. If we have at least 6 stories, we'll at least have a full newspaper. Ideally, we want good stories. But in the absence of good story, any story will do. Okay, so we did get the very important stories there. I don't think you're going to get that done in time, but you're going to try your best. Alright. There's your sports story. Boxing outside, our etiquette says, President Butler. Students went boxing at Columbia. It sits. I don't see a reason to cancel it. There's no more stories for the week. It sits. If you have time to jump on it, you jump on it. Alright, so it's going to be a tough week because we aren't getting the extra money from the mob. They didn't have a job for me to do this week, so none of the factions had anything for us. We probably do want to work our way over to the military or the upper crust society people, so I have opportunities for 2 possible chances to get faction stuff, because the hidden agendas can give you just that extra little nudge of money and influence each week, which we're desperately going to need. Alright, so definitely have enough stories, it's a matter of if we have any good stories. Are you gonna be able to... Nah, you're not gonna sneak that across the finish line at the very end, are you? It's fine. Okay, so let's see what we've got here. So this one definitely front and center. That gold one there. That story alone is so good, it's more money than we made on... Like, literally, if I push print right now, this was better money than we made last week. That one story. Because that gold tag is magic. So with that said, we have this one here with a silver tag. Adding on to that, they have the crossover on politics, and this one for another crossover on the politics tag. So our front page is a real strong entry. We also got everything we need to satisfy this. And honestly, at this point, we're just putting together whatever garbage we've got. So they're all bronze tags and all that. So we can go ahead and put up here the Society and Defeat tag for the train crash. So the question is, will this be better, where we take a penalty from the negative tag, but then we got a combo, and then we can put the sports one here. So that's $2,600, or do we swap you? Nope. The negative tag with stale news is the better call. Alright. So with that, I need more paper. We do not have enough paper in the machine. Luckily, I got a stack of 2 more down here. Okay. So with that is going to be a really good sale day. That's what we needed, even without the mob. Big bucks. And that gold tag carried us to victory. $1,600, that was just that one article. Alright. Politics don't lie, they misspeak. And they don't steal, they mispocket. Alright. So 3,400. So we got $3,461 as our balance. We did get a new district, which means influence and more subscribers to make it a little bit easier. Our monthly expenses skyrocketed because we did take on a loan to be able to get that that extra reporter and telegrapher in. Mr. Stevens gained levels in both politics and sports, and Custard is massive, is slightly better at doing the assembly machine. Okay, so that's the upper crust, so it'd really be nice if I could... Ah, that's perfect. So we're gonna try and get ourselves the upper crust there. Meanwhile, we could go and check you. Reggio, who's this chump, eh? This that publisher you've been hearing about? Publisher, this is my trusted work, Peter. Peter helps me and Father Benetto run our... charity. You know what they say, do not neglect to do good, and to share what you have. And maybe some of them are enticed to do some dirty jobs in return. Those bottles don't bootleg themselves, see? Yet lately, there's been, let's say, whispers about a strike. We need these fellows to understand that working is in their best interest. Now, publisher, a strike would be bad for everyone. Real bad. Print about how the docks are humming with opportunity, keep folks from getting any funny ideas. Alright, don't print any articles about unrest, and print at least one red herring. That'll get me $500 and some influence. So no unrest, that's not a major tag, so that should be easy enough to avoid. Okay, if we fail to do these two things, a protest will show up at our newspaper. Okay, just double checking, no unrest over there. Alright, so we're trying to get over here because this is another one of the factions here, and you can do these factions together because basically the mob and City Hall... City Hall? City Hall, City Hall, City Hall. Where the hell is City Hall? I thought... Oh, City Hall's the giant building, I believe. Yeah. So the mob and City Hall are in conflict, and the upper crust and the military are in conflict. So you can do one or the other of those two, and one or the other of those two. So we're ending up just siding with the mob because City Hall was less convenient to get to, so we wasn't able to grease our palms. Okay, and we've got 8. I want to save my money so we can get the baseball results thing. Because that's effectively a free story for sports every week, if your reporters aren't busy doing better stories. Meanwhile, with this stuff, Natural Timekeeper, while reporting, speeds up all reporters reporting on the same thing by 50%. Also, less unethical. Yep. Cheap. I like cheap. It honestly wouldn't be bad to get another reporter. I have nowhere to put them, though. We are full until we got more money. Speaking of money, pay that back so I'm not forking out 10% of my money each time, just about. Because, you know, $150 each month. Alright, so with that, I'm going to need an order of paper. Ow. How is our food, quote-unquote? We're not quite to the point of needing more food. Does the building size increase with progress? So right now, if I get $250, I can build more. Or sorry, $2,500. I can build more. That's actually what we're running up against the wall right here. Is I need a little bit more money. With a little bit more money, I would be able to expand the place and all that. So meanwhile, looking at what we got here. So you got this. Go grab that story. 4th hour open title. Golfer Bobby Jones wins his 2nd consecutive world-tying 4th trophy. So we only need no unrest, and we want crime and society, sports and entertainment. Alright, that's basically almost everything. We'll just leave it wide open. Yeah, we just leave it wide open. That'll be a really good story for this week. Hey, I think you just gained a level. Alright, so we've got society and society. So, let's chuck... Oh, that's a sports one. Alright. So let's pop over here. So this is the other one. Okay, so that one's a silver mark there. So let's toss you on here. That's politics. Why are you giving me all the same things all the time? Okay. So in the meantime, I can at least have you jump on this one. We'll have Burning Sun take that. You're better at it. Betty Nuthall claims U.S. title, British triumph on U.S. soil. So unfortunately, I'm running into a situation where no matter where I go, it wants Mr. Steven to take care of it. So you're going to finish that one, and I'll probably bounce you over here to this one. Ah, that's all sports there too. Can I make a reporter's desk fit anywhere in here? Is there any way I can condense this any farther to make that happen? I don't think we can. Because you're squeezed in as tight as you get here. You're squeezed in as tight as you get there. There's not enough room to fit you up here. I can't scoot you over any. So unless I take something down... Hey... This is going to be a weird one, buddy. Have you considered not having a job for a little while? Because I could fit a desk right there. Can you move the doors? Can I move those? Yeah, I know I could delete them and put them back. And I could scooch it one tile to the right. Maybe one tile to the left as well, and then bring that up. Might be able to scooch you over there. That gives me $200 back. How much does the stairs cost? The stairs itself cost... It seems like it might get most, if not all, my money back. It's a little annoying that it's not easier to do. So, I only get 38. So, to get that, interestingly enough, you think that door is redundant? You can build the stairs directly from the double doors? Unless they change... Oh, you can! You used to not be able to do that. Okay, in this case, sell this thing, grab you, move you over here, do this, bring that staircase up here. Okay. In this case now, right now you just get shoved over here. The water cooler could get shoved up there. Your cleaning station can get shoved up here. And then we can go here, grab the reporter's desk, drop you down here. Okay, sports. We want sports. We want them cheap. So that's a really good gold tag, but you're so expensive. This will have to do. You're gonna have to be the one to fill in. Alright, so brand new reporter on the scene. So welcome, new reporter, who actually didn't negotiate down their wage. They did a decent one. That's gonna be Anandar. And with that, you are immediately, before you have any chance to settle in, going to be chucked in this new story to keep things moving forward. Alright. And that didn't change the title of the story. Okay, so that story's gone. As soon as you get back to your desk, we're going to chuck you on this one. Because that silver tag is going to be good for us. Society, crime, entertainment. Make sure we get stuff that Burning Sun and them can do. Cool. And so with that... Nice! That's perfect. So that thing tripped where there's a 25% chance they just skip a segment, which means Burning Sun and RJ Late are working on the same story asynchronously. Mob lynches 2 men in Marion. Third man survives and gives testimony. Excellent. And so Mr. Stevens can jump on this. Hoover celebrates birthday in style. Perfect backdrop for informal talks. And thank you, Razgriz, for the raid. I really do appreciate it. Can we get a shout out for Razgriz, by the way? I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff, and that you are not dealing with all sorts of mob pain and all that. Playing some Enshrouded, I hope you had fun with Enshrouded and all that good stuff. Definitely good times. So if you're looking for Enshrouded, you can find that over there with Razgriz, but thank you again so much for that raid. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. Today we are playing some News Tower, where we are running a newspaper agency in the 1930s. And we're aligning with the mob because we are playing in the brand new hard mode. And it's hard, and we need to make payroll. And the only one who's offered us the opportunity to get a little extra money to hopefully make that payroll has been the mob. So, it is what it is, man. We got bills to pay and mouths to feed. Ish. And we gotta do what we gotta do to get there. Alright, so Ann and Dar, you're gonna jump on this story. So we have Betty Nathal claims U.S. title. Reigning champion absent looms large. We got a political story here. So we're going to go ahead and Mr. Stevens here is going to be jumping on to get the dirt on the politics. We're going to have a celebrity thing and also. Started fresh with a new patch. Having a blast. Thank you. Working for the mob sounds safe. All above board, I'm sure. Well, this is the 1930s. In the 1930s, in a lot of ways, the mob was almost as legitimate a government as the actual government here in the US. The government was in a very terrible situation with like economic collapse and all that sort of stuff. And we didn't have any of the social programs we have now. And in a lot of ways, the mob recognizing that, and it wasn't altruistic to be clear, the mob was doing it to line their pockets. But they were doing a lot of stuff to help communities and all that, because they depended on those communities economically. And it also gave them a way of recruiting people and all that to do less than legitimate things. But, you know, when someone helped your family, and they said, hey man, we helped you on a hard time, you need to do something for us. People tended to, because they felt left behind by the government, because again, this is before the New Deal, this is before you had like 40-day work week, you know, Social Security wasn't a thing, you didn't have any of the social safety nets that we have these days, and, you know, the mob arguably offered you better job security than actual stuff. Again, not for good altruistic reasons. Alright, so Mr. Stevens gonna jump on this one. Hoover celebrates birthday in style. Distinguished company. Okay, and we got entertainment news, glamorous new stuff going on here, so we're gonna have Burning Sun jump on that story. Glamorous new music venue opened, owner a professional movie star. Alright. And people weren't too keen on getting rid of them either. Right, because again, like in a lot of ways the government was wholly ineffective at this time. They weren't doing much for the struggling person at home. And so it's very much a time that, you know, again, the mob was feeling that. And you also had prohibition going on, and the government said no more booze and all that stuff. And the mob was like, what if? Booze? And there's all sorts of rules around just about everything. So yeah, it was a very different time. Alright. But yeah, so we are working on trying to get our stories out. But yeah, so we are playing in the hard mode, so it's very genuinely keeping the bills paid itself. Alright, so you need paper. Let's chuck some paper up to you. How much is in the machine? You need more than that. You need a lot more than that. Okay, so it should cover our paper needs as long as the toilet's got some. Good, the toilet actually does have some paper. Alright, so we got more entertainment news. Doughboys debuts in theaters. Alright, so that could be another one for Burning Sun to jump on. Keaton's latest masterpiece. Alright. So you just finished that story, and you're just about to finish that story. Because we are a 2-page newspaper so far, which means I need at least 6 stories to run by the end of the week. We want to prioritize any stories with silver tags. Generally speaking, every tag gets you a little bit more money, and then silver tags are roughly worth 3 bronze tags, and gold tags are worth roughly 3 silver tags. So if we see a gold tag, we drop everything and we get that story. Okay, so here's a big thing. If I go and I report on this story about this illegal bar, the mob will show up. I don't have security, which means they're going to delay any of my people from being able to work, and they're going to smash up my equipment. So we're going to go ahead and say, no thank you, I didn't hear any story about no mob. So we're gonna just not report on that one at all. Because it was, I mean, technically there's a chance I could win the role. Okay, so here we go. We've got a story that we need to publish this from the mob, which is a story that is a red herring, because they want us to get people back to the docks working so they can smuggle. Strong backs are in high demand. Record hauls bring hope to the waterfront. So we're basically promoting, saying, hey man, all you people are struggling because the economy sucks. Come to the harbor, there's work to be done. Builder buys. Jacob Broller requires big plot, 9 two-family homes. So the thing we need to do is go onto our list of our jobs, and we want to put a priority on the red herring story. Now that said, we are pushing our assemblers and all that relatively thin, but that's just what's going to be. Alright, we got a sports story here. It is honestly a pretty crap sports story. It's only 2 bronze tags, but beggars can't be choosers, and we are on our knees, and we are looking up at the sky saying, please, please, anything. I just need one more story. Alright, so you've got 17 minutes left in yours, so Mr. Steven will be back here the fastest, so we can get you onto this story. But this does take place in the 1930s, and you'll find there's a bunch of stories that are fillers. And you can usually tell the filler stories because they'll be something like this, where it'll just be generic, not about anything specific. But then there are a lot of ones that were actual titles from the 1930s, where it'll be like, you know, Hoover passes whatever act, you know, and this kind of stuff. Alright, so we got, right now, Mr. Stevens a little bit tired. So we gotta give Mr. Stevens a chance to deal with their needs. Okay, so let's check on this. So let's have Anandar is going to take on that story because Mr. Stevens is a little tired. Baseball mourns for iconic Nashville player Thomas' untimely death. Alright, so as soon as you recover, we'll get you on the reform story. Okay, so you're recovered. Get back to it. Reform wins City Hall. Ledgers open by noon. So if you look at this, this is one of those ones. It's a nothing story. It's not associated with anything. It's just a filler story. That way, you know, they have the bunch that are big titles, and they put these fillers here and there. But no, it's pretty cool because you actually look through and be like, oh hey, I remember that being a thing. All right, so by the end of the day, we got to roll the presses. So the big thing is we're gonna have our red herring story ready. And then, honestly, all the rest of these stories, I don't really care about the priority. The thing we have to watch is I'm not supposed to run any unrest stories. Which works out, because I don't think there are any unrest stories. I think there was one story that I was threatened that if I investigated, the mob would come after me. And so, with how much we've got going on, I was like, nah, it's not worth it. It was only a 2 bronzer, not a particularly valuable story. We just skipped it and went on with the other stories we got in the pipeline. Okay, we've got these. Yes, they're just basically however many that you can get through, Custard. Not saying it's all on you, but you know, your coworkers would like to eat today, so maybe work hard. Hey, that's another story done. You did squeeze through one more story. You might... Nah, you're not going to get one more than that. That's too much. Alright, well, you did get one more story through. I was hoping for 2, but I'll take the 1. That at least gives me some options to work with. Okay, so the things we need to do is do not print Unrest. We must print the Red Herring. And we need to print a Tragic and a Gossip story. So let's get you out of here. So let's start by just making as good as a new paper as we can. So we got a nice silver tag with 3 bronzes on there, so that's a good one. Let's see what else we got going on here. So that'll be our front page. The Hoover Celebration can be our back page, because that's got a silver tag for the good spot. Alright, so you've got nothing in common with either of those. We'll save that for the moment. Okay, so we've got our gossip story is already there, so we do need a story that's tragic. Oh, if we got our gossip story, so you're a gossip story as well, so that'll pair up nicely with that. Alright. So we have a 3-tagger here, but it doesn't align with anything on this one. So let's just chuck that on the back page, I think. Because there's a tragic story. And we don't have a society one in there. So I can tie this up, because that'll get a bonus for having 2 tragic stories there. We need to print the Red Herring. We can put that here on the finance. So we get just a little bit more money. So we satisfied all the demands that the mob has for us. We didn't print any Unrest. We got our Red Herring, which is to encourage people to work at the docks so that they can keep bootlegging. We've got our gossip story and our tragic, and we're going to make $2,400 revenue. Plus the extra 500 we're going to get from the mob directly. And with all that, this story is, like, basically, I could make more money if I did something like drop this in. So I make slightly more money immediately from this, but then the mob's going to smash my stuff up, and then I won't get the extra 500 bucks. So we're going to take a little bit less on the paper itself, and a lot more on the other end. But I don't see any other ways we can get this better, because we got the pairing there, and I don't want to give up the silver tag. Alright, so I think that's what we got. Everything satisfied? Let's roll the presses. Alright, 80,000 newspapers sold. The stock market is going up. My thoughts are with you. I'm pretty sure the news article on finance we had was actually that the stock market was down. But, you know. Alright, so we got $500 from the hidden agenda. So our revenue... So that's actually our balance. We got $3,500. We did claim another district by satisfying their needs, getting ourselves a little bit more influence. Now that's the kind of press we need, publisher. The docks stay busy, the money keeps flowing, and everybody wins. Alright, and unfortunately our salaries are going up. But we still made out pretty good for the week. Mr. Steven has gotten better at reporting on finance, and Wishbringer has gotten better at doing telegraph things. And we now have access to the high society people. So if the mob either doesn't have something for me for 1 week, or what they want is either something I can't do or is going to otherwise cause me problems, I do have another option now. So we're going to go over here. We're going to acquire the baseball results desk. Oh, you are so expensive. Okay, you're 1,500 bucks. That's basically most of the price of getting another floor, but that does give me a free sports story if I've got no one else able to fill there. Alright. Publisher. Polly spotted a loudmouth making noise about the family. He's leaking like a barrel of moonshine. Print some crime story, distraction to drown him out. Before I lose my tenor, I shut him out myself. Easy now, Polly. Handle it quick, publisher, or we'll get tomorrow's front page. With a toe tag. Alright, so for 500 bucks, we can print a lot of crime. Or... Ah, you're the new publisher. You know, I love coming here, seeing people of all classes going their way. All in their own purpose, own backstory. There's power in well-crafted story, darling. This is a great inspiration. My lady Wellworth, yes, that Wellworth, my husband dabbles in banks. Banks and buying art that ends up in vaults. But me, I've always preferred the stage. And the written word. I know what the headline can do. Build legends, ruin lives. I believe in journalism, can entertain and enlighten, without being food for the easily fed. So, let's see what kind of ink you spill. Impress me. So you're willing to get me influence. Sorry lady, but the mob over there is offering me cash. And right now, influence is nice, but I can't make payroll with influence. I can't make payroll with exposure. Alright. So, where do we want to move to next? So we get the police area would get me access to crime reporting that I can improve. We already got our sports stuff unlocked, and I don't really care about the, taking care of my staff. That doesn't pay my bills. The courthouse gives me ability to try and dodge lawsuits. You give me, I believe, finance. But you also move me towards the ad agency. So my choices for the ad agency is to go all the way up and around, or go up this way and around, or this way and around. Which that unlocks the mayor. Hope is not happening. So you wanted me to report on crime. Oh, crime and tragedy? Yeah, we'll have that covered. Alright, so it's a crime kind of week. Alright, bear with me, chat. I really need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that really fast. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, but thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. All right. So thank you so much for hanging out all that waiting for us to get back. One moment, just right then. Just gotta rub the eye. Don't do that, it's actually bad. Okay. So, the things we got... Alright, check out Azrael and our fantastic content. What is that? Christia? I'm not familiar with that. What's that game? And also, you're trying to lurk, like, don't let me drag you out of lurk. But Christia, that is one I'm unfamiliar with. So we did get the baseball results desk. Polish that eye. It happens. Cat Dark Souls. Okay. Alright, so with this, what's going to end up happening is we're selling this reporter desk. And now it's a sports desk. And what we're going to want to do here is let's see if I can't get any of the sports bonus stuff right by you. So we got the baseball bat and the boxing gloves. All right. So with that, that allows me to get a free statistics story, which is a guaranteed silver tag every single week in sports, as long as they're not busy doing other things. So that is definitely a big win for us. So with that said, is there anyone we desperately want to hire? Because it is one of those catches, you can get some really good staff, but the catch with that is they're more expensive. So like this one, you know, would charge a bunch more. We've been really enjoying grabbing the ones that have the, like, they're cheap, no strings attached. Because of the hard mode stuff, we're doing that. So let's check on our paper supplies. So you still have a bunch of paper there. Let's go ahead and we're going to grab another 300 paper. Rip money. And our food is probably getting low. No, actually it's holding up okay. Alright. So meanwhile, let's check other things. So you want crime and heartbreak. And this will end up being a priority. Well, we'll wait there. Yeah, so crime and heartbreak. So we just need a lot of crime stories this week. Because it doesn't need to be my best story, I just need the most reports on it. Because the mob doth decree and said, you will do this for 500 bucks. Now, if I fail, the only consequence is I don't get the money and influence. So we do get like an amazing story that I'm like, I just can't ignore that. Alright, so Mr. Steven's gonna take this. Jones completes Grand Slam. Historic victory secured. Wait, is that an illustration? Was that... Wait, did I just see that that's an illustration article? Oh no, that's a review tag. I got panicked. I was like, don't tell me I have to be right for illustrations yet. Okay. So... none of these meet any of the criteria we're looking for specifically. In this case, we'll go ahead and put you on the... yeah, we'll put you on this end of it. New jewel in Beverly Hills. The Fox Wilshire is born. We want crime news. Okay. Well, this sucks. This actually sucks a lot. So this is a really good article in the sense it is going to give me 4, like potentially 4 tags of which one's a silver. This one does risk the mob coming after me. Which will massively delay me from doing anything. But, somewhat ironically, I've got to report on the crime, or we're going to be in trouble. So let's have you jump on this. Mob Orb Escalades, Pinzolo murdered. Because also that one piece in the middle there is the actual crime one, so I can't skip on it. Let's mark the crime ones as a priority. Because this doesn't guarantee they'll do the priority first. The priority ones, I think, get like a 75% chance being chosen versus the non-priority ones. It's something like that. Let's make sure you have enough paper in there. And then the last box we could save for whoever ends up needing it. Okay. We'll keep Mr. Steven running out. And Anandar is just going to sit at their desk and right away unless something gets blocked. If something gets blocked where we need someone working on one of these, then Anandar will jump on it. Alright. Jones completes Grand Slam, a dominant year. Okay. That's a real crap story. Alright, let's gamble. Lucky, lucky. To the right, to the right, to the right. Well, that sucks. So Mob's gonna show up and smash a bunch of my stuff. They're gonna upset my staff. Gangster Ruthless Heights leaves bank in chaos. Notorious gangster and his crew left with the community in fear and 50,000 stolen poorer. Alright, so the mob is gonna show up. I don't have security, so they're literally gonna wander around until they're satisfied that they've caused me enough grief, and then they're gonna leave. In the meantime, all my stuff is going to be smashed, and none of my people will be able to work, and it's going to be great. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Normally, you want security here, and the security fixes it. The good news is while they're walking around, my staff is just going to fix it behind them. It will delay stuff, and it will upset my staff. They only break certain things, though, so it looks like they're like, hey, boss, there's nothing to break. What should I do? Alright, and this will potentially trigger a protest. This story better be really worth it. For everything we're going to be enduring for this story better be worth it. Alright. No protesters. To the right. To the right. To the right. To the other right. 7 protesters. Cool, we're being protested and have the mob on scene at the same time. Normally you'd hire security, and they would deal with this. But, I don't have that security thing. Mama's Tears. Organized crime takes 5th son in 1 week. Okay. No. I'm not paying a bribe and facing a lawsuit. I can't afford it. So what the protesters will do is they'll block my staff from going inside and outside the building. Eventually they'll get bored and leave. But, you can kind of work around it by grabbing your staff members manually and picking them up and dropping them in your building. You can go out just fine, they just won't go in. And Society is the other one that can have heartbreak, so I'll put that up there. Why are the protesters protesting less than ethical times? Wondering if they're ever going to change that. You could do that. It feels cheesy. I don't think so. most, like, there's a lot of the stuff that you can always circumvent. So I think it is a deliberate mechanic. It's the same thing with, like, the spies. You manually intervene with the spies. There's no automatic process. And all that. So I think it is a deliberate decision that you can circumvent it. It just, you know, it's another distraction, another thing you've got to do. Okay, so that's kind of a crap story. That's an okay story. That's a crap story. Alright, so let's grab you. You can jump on that one. That's the best we got. Luke Appling makes MLB debut. Hits 1 in 4 in his first game. Couldn't you technically move them room to room to keep them from wasting time walking? There's a delay when they drop into place before they do stuff, and I think that kind of takes away any advantage you might run into. Dead Deer Mystery. Near lake that supplies drinking water to Philadelphia. Yeah, fair enough. You guess you can just drag articles around and whatnot if you want. You can do everything yourself. Yeah, so you can do that. Like, the articles, like, moving stuff manually between it, it's just laborious to do. But as far as, like, moving people, it could be worth it if I'm dropping them, say, from here to, like, the 4th floor. Sure, that'll save you time on the stairs. But as far as, like, people running to the bathroom and all that, here's the thing. It's just another... It's just, like, a big, I'm managing lots of stuff kind of deal. Alright. There's so many things here. So this story we want to get done. That is a crime story. It is a very valuable crime story. But yeah, we lost a lot of time, almost a full day, to those mobsters just smashing up my stuff again and again. Legislature falling amidst upheaval. Disappointment among party members. Yep. So we've got everything here. And yeah, it's just unfortunately this thing got smashed, and so there's just a backlog on your poor desk. Yeah, so I need you to prioritize this story to hopefully get it through. And just, I guess, just do the best you can, maybe? If I bump you up in priority, it can drop you to 12, 18 hours. So that's probably going to be more money than just the mob thing. Yeah, so you can get this one done and that one done in time. But the other ones are not going to happen. We'll just see how good we can do. I am glad I shot down the story where it's like I had to pay a bribe, and then on top of the bribe I was going to get sued. Because the sue, if you get lawyer to work on it, you can knock it down. But if you don't, it can very easily result in a very, very huge amount of money lost. Yeah, so we're getting to the point where the typesetter is our bottleneck. To fix that, we need either a second typesetter, or we need to get to where we get the upgrades. It is a thing you, if I recall correctly, you usually end up with 2 of each of those, and that's enough to run as big of a place as you can get. Oh good, you just leveled up. That's good news. So you should be able to work much faster the next time. I should have told it to prioritize this one. Too late now. I actually might be able to get through both of those in time. It's going to be close. You might actually get through both of these stories in time. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. We'll see. This one's going to be like right up to the wire. I think it's going to fall short, though. sucks because I think that's the only tragedy story. So we won't get the district done, but we should get the money. Nah, just slightly short. It's fine. Alright, so the things we've got... Yeah, so we won't get the district stuff done. So it wants us to print crime primarily. First of all, this is a big story for the week. And then we can go to the back page here. And get our double up our sports. Alright, but we need more crime. I only have 2? No. Okay, we're not getting the 500. We're just not gonna push for the 500 there. Because that's not happening. We don't have a lot of good stories here. So this is a crime story. We'll put you there. We have society. We got this. We got cruel. So not a whole lot to work with on this front page. Meanwhile, you've got these two. We don't have statistics. We're gonna go ahead and lean in on this. And then you're a 2-tagger, and you're a 2-tagger. So it won't really make a difference here. Okay. So it won't make a difference whether we have the extra tag or not. That technically means more sales. Alright. So I think that's what we're going with. So we're not going to get the mob agenda done, unfortunately. But we only had 2 crime things, which means that I would have had to have just 1 of each tag. We're also not getting the district done. So we're making an okay amount of money, but we didn't get any of like our actual objective stuff done. Which is fine. That's going to happen. Well, somebody had a bad day, was the review. He's still talking. Now even louder. You just made the job a whole lot harder, publisher. That's fine. There was no consequences from you, so it doesn't really matter. Alright, so wages went up. But we still have some money there. Alright, so Vado got better at doing the typesetting. Burning Sun got better at society news. And Sentient Cookie got better at telegraphing. Alright, so what do you want? You want me to print as much entertainment. There's no consequence for failure. So entertainment the most, gossip thing. Yeah, we've already read her dialogue. Alright. So you want that. For entertainment. So you want entertainment, that's entertainment and gossip. Society and inspiring. Society and tragedy. We already know you want me to be on entertainment, so let's choose a district that does entertainment. That's the way we're leaning for this one. Alright. So, with all that said, we've got some stale news. There's not a whole lot to do with any of this. Not really worried about hiring in more people. Oh, I didn't check. How much influence do I even have? Do I have much influence to do anything? Have none. Okay, so we're not doing anything with influence. Alright, so entertainment is king this week. We'll do entertainment and society. Those are my primary 2 for the week. So let's get everyone to work. You need more paper. I'm just gonna huck that up there. But I don't need a lot of paper this time. I'm gonna grab 200. How is our food? So you need a really small shipment of food. That ensures I have at least enough paper to meet my last week's sales. Okay, so maybe we'll get lucky and instantly flip. That's fine, that's whatever. Historically, Philharmonic broadcast. That is a word I have not seen before. Classical music on the airwaves. Sure, that's fine, whatever. More entertainment over here. It's just one. 5,000 paid for vase. This is the highest price paid for a jade vase. And you're working on your sports section. Yeah, we need almost 3,000 to do anything with a new floor. And if we get a new floor, the first thing that's happening is all our reporter stuff is probably going up there, and we're going to get ourselves a second bathroom. And that might open room for, like, another typesetter, maybe. Because you are still back... Oh, actually, you're not backlogged. I take that back. You've caught up. There, you got a water cooler that's full. You got a society one here. Okay. So you can tackle the finance side of this. Laurel Ingalls makes historic flight, demonstrates potential of long-distance travel. Breaking news telegram, groundbreaking live broadcast. CBS is on the broadcast Harmony Live. Every living room is filled with wonderful music as the new Philharmonic broadcast live on the radio. A technical marvel. We're living in the future. You have to report this historic moment. Get back to your desk right now. We got stuff to do. Back to your desks immediately. Come on. Because we just have to start it. We don't have to finish it in the 24 hours. One second, we'll look at that in a moment. Okay, there's RJ on that one. So, groundbreaking live broadcast. Honored to be running the historic orchestra. Director Toscanini? I have no idea what that name is. There's 15 hours left. That's going to be right up to the wire. Unless I hire someone new to deal with it. You're warning me you're running out of time. I think Burning Sun will be able to get back to their desk in time. It's going to be tight. But we just need Burning Sun to start it. It's okay if it goes over as long as Burning Sun starts it. And if that's the case, entertainment will be the big news for the week. Oh, I need you to go faster, man. Line closed. Too late. That would have been a massive boon for us. I don't think it was worth hiring another reporter to just quickly get that across the finish line. The prestigious performance for CBS, says director. You got your end done. It's your coworker who dropped the ball. Remember that when it's time for promotions? Yep. Oh, Apple vendors fill streets. A fresh and healthy unemployment solution. Alright, So we're just trying to get all these things through as quickly as we can. But everything got stacked heavy on the entertainment, so I literally have a sports person who's just standing around. Having that sudden story in the middle delay everyone kind of was a big punch there. But yeah, if it would have gotten all three of those, that means you get like a breaking thing that all of your stories of that category get a huge buff. So it could be a thing to give a very strong bonus. So that was a pretty bad miss. Okay. That's fine. Because then you can jump on this one. Completing journey in just over 30 hours. Alright. There's still entertainment news left? There must be news here that's double typed. I'm gonna untag that one for right now because we're overwhelmed on that category. And I really need like crime and the other stuff to show up at least long enough for some of the other people to work. Alright, crime. That's also Burning Sun in them. Well, that's pie on my face. Yeah, let Burning Sun jump on this one because the other story is only one piece of entertainment. I should just scrap that one. I didn't want to because we need the most for entertainment, but it is just one bronze tag. It's a crap article. So let's have RJ try it. Was the pie tasty? No. It wasn't key lime. I was left disappointed. I was hoping you get the roll. Northcott executed for murders, death sentence carried out. Okay, so we got sports. So we will get a lawsuit against us if we do that one. So Mr. Steven can start this one out. Hoover forms committee, new employment committee. There's gonna be a lot there. Meanwhile, let's look at our stuff here. So this one here has a quality up mark, so that's really good. Burning Sun's finally getting to the point where we're getting some bonus on the article stuff. Yeah, let's wait to do this one. No, let's not. We're just not even going to do that one. Because that's gossip. We don't want to run gossip this week. That is one of the things that they asked us, no gossip. And lawsuits, if you don't have a lawyer, can hurt really bad. Because each one is like $500 or whatever, or $250, I don't remember the amount. It's a lot. And it can be up to like 5 or 7, depending on how far you are in the game and all that. And so it can just financially ruin you. But the counter is you get a lawyer, and then your lawyer will work through them and make them not cost you anything beyond the fact you're paying a lawyer. Okay, so Burning Sun needs a minute to rest. He's been yelling something about work-life balance or wanting to see the kids or something. I don't really know. I don't really listen. All I know is he really doesn't want to show up for work, and I'm not really here for it. Northcott executed for murders. Unaware family grieves in silence. Here, do the crap one. Wondrous horror exhibition coming, slated to win many awards. No, it's money that you keep hearing. I don't understand. No, I'm working on making money. Hoover forms new employment committee. I will strengthen federal activity, says Hoover. I don't think that article has a prayer in being done in time, but it would be good money. Yeah, so you're going to have that one done in time. That one's not going to be done in time. The sports one will probably be done in time. And the only entertainment one that's not going to be ready is I'm not going to prioritize a 1 bronze tag entertainment story. It's not happening. Yeah, so we did end up skipping a couple of articles that week because of concerns of mob and lawsuits and all that. Okay, so we can get that last segment of this one done, and that'll be a good story for next week because it's a 4-tagger with the silver. All right. And you'll be able to get on this last section. And there is also a time limit on these where if you just keep the line open, you can't just drag a story out either. Eventually it will fall off entirely. Struggle for hope. Alright, so what did we ultimately get? So that's our leading story there. It's silver. It's got a bonus to the quality. So it is a high quality story. We would like an inspiring story as well. That's going to be on the entertainment end of things. Let's go back here. That's probably our next best story. Ooh, this is going to be a bad week. I did not get... I got a lot of stories that are just 1 tag. Okay, society, what do we got? There. Finance, what do we got? Not good. Okay, well, we don't want to do 3 society stories. That'll definitely make us fail. So we're going to grab these entertainment stories. These hot garbo entertainment stories. And here, just a random sports story on the front page. So that we didn't print gossip, we printed entertainment more than anything else, and we got both society and inspiring stories. So that's all good. I think that's as good as we're gonna get. We put our highest value stories in the good spots. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be for a week. We are going to get 2 inspiration, and that'll at least get us something with the upper crusters, whatever they're called. We'll go and get the print going. All right. So we got Hidden Agenda, which gave us influence, not cash. We got that done. And we got an influence for taking the Newark district. I'll admit, I'm pleasantly surprised with there was flair in your work, but also restraint. A sense of what shouldn't be said, that's rare. You may be new, dear, but I see you making a real voice. Consider me intrigued. Hey, Beastman, how's it going? Alright. So we still made some decent money. And Burning Sun got better on crime, and Enendar got better on sports news. Look who finally rolls out of their ivory tower. Thought you're top dog forever. Why should I sell your rag, huh? Buddy, there's other ink on these streets. The Empire Observer has gloss, bite, real Wall Street polish. Half lies, half ads, but it sells. The Jersey Beacon, old school, talks like your grandpa, but they got sources from Albany to the Atlantic. Make less than ethical times worth my corner, or I start stacking other names. And what they're saying is basically we have our first time where we can potentially interact with a rival. It's weird that you'd pop into a random Twitch stream and ask to voice chat, because that's certainly not going to happen with someone randomly popping in here that I have no idea who is. This isn't the place for that kind of thing. And I mean, Twitch is a platform. Boss wanted to see you. One thing you gotta get through that thick skull, publisher. Whenever I ask for something done, you do it. You better go and do it. Exactly right. Do you know what's at stake? I don't like wasting good opportunities. We'll be ashamed to see a new promising publisher vanish down these old sewers. Show us you got the stomach for some gruesome stories. If you want success in these shadows, you can't look away. Alright. So you literally just want to print that, and you're not even going to pay me. Not influence, not cash. You're literally not going to pay me. Okay. The city's freshest voice in print. Come and learn the steps. Every line I speak has been written before. It's how you deliver it that counts. When you lay out your paper, do you think of the stage act, each story, its own act, its own character, but when placed right, they sing together? That's a lot of words. Chain stories with shared threads, emotion, topics. Let the reader feel carried, not scattered. Because a paper in harmony doesn't just inform, it immerses. That, dear, is the difference between a newspaper and an experience. So arrange with care or risk being forgotten and become just another paper to wrap fish with. Lady, I print a newspaper. I'm not pushing Shakespeare here. I'm not trying to be like some literary, whatever. I literally print a newspaper. On the other hand, the Mafia did not offer me influence or cash. They offered me threats, and if I didn't do their thing, I would have consequences. If I accepted. You, on the other hand, potentially offered me at least some chance of a positive outcome, so sure, I'll do your thing. Alright, so we want entertainment and inspiration. So with that, I've got entertainment there. Do we have another place that wants entertainment? Before I commit to anything. Not really. Alright, so we're doing that one. Okay. Okay, so what you want is entertainment and inspiration. And you just want a combo. You don't want a whole bunch of other mess with it, just a combo of entertainment and inspiration. Let's drop the paper in the thing. So we're gonna need a stack of paper. Our food is fine. Everything else is fine. And I'm going to try to not spend any money right now, because I'm trying to save up for our next floor. I would really like to expand. Natural Coordinator immediately unlocks the next story file within the news. Note that once this reporter is assigned, it cannot be undone. That is really, really strong. That is, I have not seen that before. So, where we have the one that just rolls the dice, this one just says, no, you get the next story. Now, granted, they charge me almost $200 just to do their stories and all that, which is pretty steep. But there's definitely no doubting that that is a very strong bonus, because that enables us to reliably asynchronously do stories. Okay, so you can hop here. Give me the next one. Nope. Elizabeth the Queen debuts. Dramatic retelling of Queen Elizabeth's I's reign. Alright. You're already working on that. Ooh, gold tag. Definitely want to make that happen. Savaldi withdraws amid scandal. Fans and teammates stunned by his actions. Alright, so let's see here. So, the inspiring tag, I want to say, is society and entertainment. So let's go here and grab those two. And gossip is also sports. So those are the ones we're going to prioritize. Entertainment, society, and sports. Oh, did I take you off of working that desk? I need to not do that. Not unless Burning Sun's not available. Like, if Burning Sun's not available, then we go and we put you on that. But I want to keep you working that the whole time. One off isn't a problem. Meanwhile, this story gets priority, because it's got a silver tag. You're already done, and these stories are crap. Those stories are, I got nothing better to do. Alright, society. Well, let's actually check. So you're already working on that. You're already working on that. So Burning Sun can jump on this one. Do Americans love America? Scientists will study how much citizens love their country. Okay. That seems like it's going to be a very flawed study in the most ideal of conditions. Alright, so Mr. Stevens going to jump on the next part. A sobering reminder of the pressure athletes face. Alright, so we might get lucky here, and RJ will open up the next one so that when Burning Sun finishes what they're working on, they could slip on the last section, because this would be a 2 silver, which would be great. Come on. Nope. Cast already receiving rave reviews. That's fine. Let's see. Yeah, so you're already working that. So Anandar. Wait, are you? Oh, you've already finished the story? Okay. Well, in that case, jump on that. Get that gold. Alright, a revelation of his secret marriage and annulment filing. Hey, you know what? Is gold. That's what I care about. But yeah, anytime you have someone, I believe it's if they have 5 in something, they will give you a quality star, which basically gives it a much better response. They'll get a higher sale bonus. So this is where a lot of your money starts coming as the game goes along, is getting your people high enough level with bonuses to get those jumped up. 9 out of 10 Americans wouldn't live anywhere else, says Senator. Again, that feels like a deeply flawed study. If your study is, how much do you love your country? You can just take those results and put them in the bin. Doesn't matter who's doing the study, that is going to be incredibly biased. Whether it's for or against, it's going to be an incredibly biased thing. Also, a fairly useless thing. Anderson's latest works hailed as a breakthrough. Alright, so that story is a major priority. So this story needs to be a priority for that gold tag, and this story needs to be a priority for the double silver. We are looking at a really strong newspaper this week. Alright, we got a society tag. Not the best one, but that's okay. We'll have you take this one, RJ. Deadly aviation accident in the U.S. Plane crashes, Oceanside catches fire, killing all 16 passengers. Cool, man. That feels great. That's apparently my only finance story, or economy story for the week. You know what they say, there are lies, dang lies, and there are statistics. Yep. Because statistics are often true, but the presentation can be highly misleading. You can take the same statistic and how you frame it can tell entirely different stories. That isn't to say, like, statistics in themselves are bad. Data's good. But, like, you've got to be very, very careful with the presentation of data and go, what is the motivation behind this? What is it actually saying? If I flip the way it's worded, does it change my impression of it? Is a big one. So, you know, say, like, only 20% of people died from, if I go, 20% of people died from, does that change how it hits me? The Lottery Bride premieres. Catchy tunes and sweeping romance. That's a pretty low-quality article, but that's okay. Picture House hosts Nickel Matinee. Out of work and families attend. We got that sports ball. Let's have you jump on that. Sports writer William B. Hanna passes away, lost to sports journalism. Yeah, it's all about presentation, and there's no such thing as a truly unbiased presenter. Yeah, no, it's a thing that it's interesting that a person trying to go out of their way to be unbiased can often bias against their normal bias that they can kind of overcompensate. It's a tricky thing to really present as unbiased as possible. But the only way you can usually present things as truly lacking in bias is if you're doing like the very much this occurred at this time, this occurred at this time, this occurred at this time, with like no any framing around it. The moment you start saying this occurred at this time because, you're going to start having things creep in that not creative narrative, I don't want to make it that strong. Rising star in the scene. But it can start to influence what's being said in a way that, you know, again, there will be potentially a bias there. That's a silver star. So you're almost done with that, and you're almost done with that. So you probably can sneak across that last silver star there. And again, that's not to say that bias isn't necessarily inherently evil. We all have it. It's being aware of it. Kanazari wins by knockout, claims a world lightweight title in breathtaking display of power. That is a real crap article. Is that the last article for the week? We're not going to run this one, so just garbage it. A single bronze crime one? Get it out of here. So we got one political story left for the week, and then that's done. Okay. The abolition of submarines. Well, that's going to be a Stevens article. Because you're my only political person. And those are just fine. As soon as you are done, which is soon, we chuck you on that one. It's an article I don't really care about. But we do need to make sure we have as many articles figured out as possible. You are probably not going to have that done in time. The other ones are fine. Alright, come on, Mr. Steven. Let's get you on that, so at least it's doing something. There's also bonuses in this game if you roll the stuff right at the beginning. France and Japan resisted. Okay. Yeah, so that's not going to be done in time, but that's okay. That can be next week. So we needed inspiration and all that. Did we get what we needed? I don't think we did. I'm not seeing an inspiration article that... Yeah, we had 2 inspiration articles. This one is probably not going to get done in time, unfortunately. And the other one wasn't prioritized. So we're not going to get the agenda done here because I needed 2 of those to be able to do that. So we're not going to get that, but there was no consequence for failing that. But that said, we got our gossip, we got our entertainment, so Greenville will be ours. So we got the region's objective done, but we didn't get the faction objective done. But they were only offering me inspiration, which is nice. Inspiration's very powerful. But right now, we just need the dosh, the cash, the money. So we're leading with our gold tag. So we don't have anything there. We got a double silver tag for the multiplier. And we got a combination there. Yeah, so that's a really solid front page. That front page is already $2,500. So what is our best thing we have here? So we got a silver tag here, so let's grab that. It's at $3,000. We can grab politics. So this is a higher quality politics ad. We can check for finance. Check for this. We don't have anything we can really combo that matters because this is a stale article. We don't want to do that one. We're probably just going to put a random crime article in the back. And that's going to be a good one. $3,500. And that's without agenda stuff and everything else going on. All right. 116,000 papers sold. So that puts us up to 4,500. And we did get this done. We got our influence for that page. Didn't finish her job. Oh, a bit too aimless, I'm afraid. It read like someone unsure of who they were writing for. Take a moment, consider your reader, then try again with purpose. I mean, honestly, that wasn't that negative. Okay, so wages went up a little bit. Burning Sun has gotten better at entertainment. Alright, so what does the mob have for me now? Okay. So, we're in this situation where I don't think we're going to be allowed to do more for the mob until I do this. Which means I need to print 2 gruesome stories. Alright. Where can we find a place that wants gruesome? So you want gruesome there. So what would that get us? I guess the police station. And that gets me crime stuff. Which wouldn't be bad. That just connects us up this way. I guess we're gonna go all the way over here, I think. And you only have 5 influence, so you've already got this. The construction yard doesn't have anything for us, the bank doesn't have anything for us. You are politics, but you're out of my price bracket, and so we don't have anything else we could use our influence for right this moment. So let's go ahead and hit this district. Alright. Oh, hello there. We're just talking about people's perception of newspapers. That's right. People like their rags a certain way, you know? The serious folks love to read about informational stuff. They have a thing about quality, variety, and depth of the news. Then there's folks who like the drama, the mystery, the ultimate thrill seekers. They're all about sensationalism, hot topics, flashy photos, tasty headlines. Yeah, it reminds me of the good old days. Now, you might think that's it, but don't forget about the moderate folk. Being moderate is good for business. Think, ads, consistent coverage of all topics, a few combos here and there. My point is, know your target audience, and these rags will fly off the counter. Exactly. Now, how do you become a certain type of newspaper, you ask? Pay close attention to your articles. They might have clues about how they'll be perceived. I'm sure you'll get the hang of it. Have a great week, publisher. Good luck. You're running my clock. That's dirty. Alright, so gruesome tags are crime and entertainment. Crime and entertainment. Alright, so you need crime, entertainment, and economy. So entertainment, crime, and economy. And this one's also sports. So basically, we're just not touching society this week. Okay. So that's got the alarming one. Gimme. It's fine. Banker kidnapped, held out for ransom as vault turns out empty. They were desperate. Okay, so this is where you see this. This left arrow means it nudges towards informational, and a right arrow means it nudges towards sensational. Ooh, okay, that's a big article. What do you got back here? So it's a big article, but it's only 3 bronze. So let's make that a lower priority. This, on the other hand, has another one of our alarms. Because we need alarm, gruesome. Yeah, so we need gruesome still. That's fine. So jump on this. Missing child, boy never came home after school. Alright, so we can go ahead and take our last person here. And you can just jump on this part. It doesn't really matter where you put your effort. It just needs done. Citizens fight unemployment. The Citizens Committee on Unemployment founded to tackle job crisis. Let's grab our papers. We're gonna need another order of those, so unfortunately I guess I still am not going to get the new floor yet. We're really close to the new floor. One good week, and we can get our new floor. We can move stuff up and rearrange a little bit. And that would give me potentially access to more people to help out with like assembly and all that. We'll see what we actually need. But if nothing else, it'll let me de-scuff this area. One thing I'm going to add is I can add another trash bin over here real quick. Because having a trash bin at every desk does help a lot. But let me kind of de-scuff this area so that I can have, like... Right now, Burning Sun and the other guy have basically the same thing, so I can share the stuff between them. So we don't need to, like, take up as much space. Okay, so we need the alarming. So Burning Sun is going to jump on that alarming angle. Even though we could upgrade the quality of this article a second time if Burning Sun went the other way, but I would lose a tag, so it'd have a higher quality but lower tag count. But we want the alarming one. That's the big one. If that was a silver tag, it'd be a no-brainer to go for that one. But in this case, jump on it. That's all you. Boy found in basement of kidnapper. Got another crime article here. And this one doesn't have any special tags. It's just a silver. That's good. Alright, so just waiting for RJ to get back to their desk. Then we can chuck him on this one. Banker kidnapped. Wife of victim is sworn to secrecy. And then Mr. Steven can jump on the political angle. And then last I'll have the societal angle. Yeah, so do the sports angle for the defeat thing. No way, you said that just as I got back to your actual desk. I mean, it does happen a lot. Okay. So this is going to be a big article for this week, so let's get that marked. Okay, Burning Sun can take that one, bouncing that article up a quality. Because pretty soon we'll start having our people at least have one category each that they can keep the quality up. That was a gruesome one there. Getting a little concerned we're going to come up shy on the gruesome. Because that's the thing, is I'm required to do 2 gruesome articles this week. For the mob, otherwise we get mobbed. F. Richard Joan passes away. We're just waiting for RJ to get back. Then we're going to chuck him on here. Unless we get another pin here real fast that you can skip stuff on. We do not. Yeah, so defeat we want to have. So Mr. Stevens going to jump on that. Packers clinch NFL title. Opposing teams' fans express their disappointment. Meanwhile, RJ jumps on this one. F. Richard Jones, 37, succumbs to tuberculosis. That's another big sad, and that's all the sports news for the week. So honestly, these ones don't need to be pinned, because they're all that's left. Actually, that's not true. There's one society one left, at least. You are getting too tired. We got a crime one. This is a gruesome, so Burning Sun's gonna jump right on that. Severed hands found in bag its sewage treatment. Cool, that's wonderful, I guess. Okay. So as much as it pains me, prioritize these two. Because getting hit by the mob will hurt us more than not making a bit of money. So the good news is you're gonna get finished. I think the others will be okay. Yes, just waiting for Mr. Steven to get back, and I'll put you on the other side of this article. That way it can be a sports victory and defeat article. And I don't have a strong opinion about whether we go informational, moderate, or sensational. You can lean hard one way or the other, and there are benefits to doing that, because as you lean consistently one way, you'll get perks. Green Bay Packers secure NFL championship with 10-3-1 record. We're out of crime stuff. There's only 3 articles left, so let's unpin that because it won't matter. There's finance. That is a crap article. It's fine. Hey, that's a better, still not great article. Yeah, let's bin this one. We're not going to do that. And the last one will be a societal article. Yeah, I think we'll be good on this. Yeah, we got the 2 gruesome ones prioritized, so they should hopefully get those done. They're working on all the others. We're actually making good time here. Oh, we're getting low on toilet paper. There you go. Let's chuck 2 boxes in here real fast. So we risk a police fine if I do that one. I'm probably not going to care about that one, so we're going to chuck that. And then once Mr. Stevens gets back to their desk, we'll go ahead and get the North Bank failures for alarm. The worsening crisis caused 11 banks to close their doors. Yay! Economic strife. So you're working on those 2, that's fine. And I guess after that would be the baseball results, followed by the citizens. Well, citizens fight unemployment just finished. So once the 2 gruesomes are done, you can grab the baseball results and chuck that on the pile. See if that gets done in time or not. Because they're both on this stage. Alright, so the overall newspaper this time is not going to be nearly as good as it was last week. But we should be able to make the mob happy, and we should be able to get the district as well. So this is more... less the pocketbook and more advancement stuff. It's also one of those things you get, like, in a little bit weirder side of this kind of game. It can be strategic to have your early employees on the cheap, and then when you get later, get an employee who's got, like, an extremely valuable perk to then gradually build them up to then replace the person who's your reporter. Like, just kind of put them on whatever busy work gets them levels. Or use them when you've already got an article locked in on 3 quality. And have them just do the filler stuff until it's done. Are you going to get all of these done? You might genuinely get every single one of these done. Huh. I mean, we did skip like 3 articles that were like, one was just a 1 bronze I wasn't going to use. We had another one that we were going to be fined. Actually, I think we only skipped 2. Either way. That's fine. Baseball results are about to be done. Yeah, this last one here, the North Bank or the failures are going to be North Carolina bank failures are going to be the one that's on the fence. Now, but it's been a lot of fun to get back into News Tower. It's an excellent game. Yeah, there's more enough paper in there. I've got more down here if we need it. Marginally less grim than the hands at the sewage plant? Yep. And no problem, Harry. It's good to have you. It'd also be nice when you can get another floor on our building. We're right at that fence. Like, I'm like $4 short of buying the floor. I need a couple $100 more to get the stairwell up there. And then once we have that, like I said, we just grab all our reporters, we just shove them up there real fast. You know, and then from there we can go through and, you know, put the people with similar stuff together so they can share the buffs. Because we'll get more buff stuff that they have to spread out more. Yeah, we got every single article done. Everyone's just sitting around with nothing to do. There's no more news. We have run out of news. There's nothing more to talk about or read in that time. Alright, so let's start by my best article. Looks like it might be this one. Okay, so now, if we slide this out of the way, this is where we're looking at. So if you notice, if for 2 weeks in a row, I print moderate news, then I can get whatever this bonus is. If we do 2 weeks in a row this way, and most of these bonuses only apply when you're in that column. So it'll be something like having like for each additional category you have, you get a bonus, or it'll be like having, you know, certain tags, you get a bonus, or whatever. Right now, there's nothing to worry about. Whatever it ends up being, we don't really care. Alright, so with this, we do have the crime one here. That's got 3 tags on it, so that's going to be a big win. So let's see, we've got the alarm, we got society. So you also have society, let's put you on here as well. So we got a very solid front page. So for our requirements, I still need more gruesome and I need defeat. I put you here. And there's a gruesome. And we need one more gruesome. Oh, it'd be nice if I could get that silver tag in there. It'd pay way more. I'm assuming we put here, this will definitely not boost our numbers, right? No. That quality is too good. Yeah, so we definitely can't fit that in here. I might be able to actually take this back. So let's move you. Grab you, because you only overlapped in 1, right? Let's double check that. Yeah, so you only overlap in society. So I can grab the crime one from here. Grab the crime one here. That should give me the exact same results so far as value. And then we can go back here. And there's no overlap here at all, which doesn't help anything. So that just made it actively worse. We could swap you. It's fine. Take you back off. Grab you. Put you here. Grab you. Okay, well, I mean, it satisfies all our objectives. I would love to have made a little bit more money if I could squeeze this baseball results in here somewhere. But I need both those gruesome tags or we get raided, which is going to cost us more. And we need that defeat tag. Because that... Yeah, that's our only defeat tag on there. So it is what it is. It would have been nice to be able to combo those better, but that's fine. We got all our objectives done, and we're getting at least a decent payout, so we'll take it. And at least then the mob will start working with us again. Which we need because they're a source of money. Alright. 91,000 papers sold. So not my biggest sales week, but that's fine. That gives us 5,000 bucks. We got a new district unlocked, which gave us more subscribers. You got the message out loud and clear. Readers will shiver from these gruesome pieces. No more slip-ups. No more second chances. And we got a path forward. Okay, so we were considered a moderate paper this time. So if we look at next week, if we do a moderate paper, we get whatever this random object is. If we do an informational paper, if I happen to land in this window, it'll split my sales with my competitor, which hurts a lot. And then if we go, exactly on this level of sensational, it'll be a thing. So this is where I landed this week. So we just want to be vaguely moderate to slightly informational or slightly sensational. Kind of in the middle somewhere. Got a very minor bump in my salaries. Custard Masters got even better at their job. Alright, so we have 6 influence. So we can start pursuing the crime stuff, so let's grab that. Okay, so what do we got? Print at least 1 scoop. Well, well, look who finally grew a pair of eyes. Just now noticing you ain't the only ink on the streets, huh? Took you long enough. Listen up, publisher. This ain't a charity. Every paper in the city wants your readers, headlines, your blood. And you think we're loyal because you did some jobs for us? Huh. We stick with winners, always have. We got no problem making other arrangements, so start watching every headline like it's a loaded heater pointed at your back. Study your rivals, beat them at their own game, start snatching some scoops before they do. Alright. And I'll explain scoops here in just a minute. And what do you want? Need to be printed. Publisher darling, you didn't come through last time. Failure has a way of leaving a stain, and my maids do hate stains. There's still work to be done if you're inclined to earn back a little trust. I recently donated 100 books to children across the river. Until the city decided that the titles were too subversive. Horrific, isn't it? As if a ghost story ever hurt anyone. Let's remind them that reality is often darker than fiction. Print something that rattles the nerves, gruesome crime, a tragedy, something that doesn't flinch. Or don't, but if you fail again, I may have to cut the music. After all, bad plays don't fill seats. Alright, so I can do tragedy and gruesome, and she'll give me influence. Or you will, for every scoop, you'll give me 2 influence. Alright, and the way you do scoops, I can't show it on that one, is you go to a competitor's and you beat them to these stories. and you can take over their territory and doing all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so we can only do 3 or less. It would be good to be able to get to like the ad agencies and all that. Not really sure what way I want to go next. I mean, we do have everything for Lyndhurst. And that gives us the public library, which allows editors. Editors are very strong. So I think that's just talked myself into that. Alright, so what that means, I can't do the Mafias one, because you can only get scoops in enemy territory. So let's go ahead and we're going to accept hers to do gruesome and all of that. And we're going to pop in here. But before we actually get into the next day, it is getting to be about that time that I need to be calling in a night alt stuff. So we are in really good shape. I should be able to, this week, buy the additional paper I need and the floor. I may not be able to get it fully kitted or whatever, but I can just drop that. Is this one where you have the heavy printing machines upstairs? Yes. To be fair, different buildings put them in different places, because you couldn't really put the printing machines underground because they created so much heat. And that's the whole thing. But yeah, that was an excellent game and all that stuff. Come and check out the 5 stream streak with Soul Adams and all that stuff. But thank you again so much for tuning in. If you're watching over the YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for you because they don't have a host ready. But thank you so much for tuning in over there. For everyone over here on Twitch, don't forget to follow if you have enjoyed tonight's content. We did a whole bunch of War Tales and then some News Tower. Both were a lot of fun. I'm really glad I went and I started this. It is funny.